welcome, welcome. It's so wonderful to see you all. It is the Digital Safari by CGTN, and that is the hyena den that you're seeing in the corner there. And we're hoping that it'll be active. My name is Trishala, as I said to you earlier, and I have Theo on camera on this very gloomy morning down at Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands. It's about 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit, and we are hoping that this type of weather would be great for the predators, including the hyenas. But it seems that so far, there's nobody home. Remember, we are very excited. I hope that you are too. And this is coming to you live across several locations here in South Africa, as well as up in the Masai Mara. And we would love for you to chat to us. Use the hashtag CGTNWild and hashtag Wild Earth, or Twitter, or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat. We would love it to talk to you. Hopefully you'll have some questions about this hyena den, considering there aren't any hyenas around. Anyway, let's go a little bit forward. Maybe there's somebody sitting in a corner. That would just be great. Now, this hyena den is a communal den used by the Djuma clan. Us being on Djuma Game Reserve, our clan here, which is what we call a group of hyenas, is called the Djuma Clan Den. And as you can see, nobody is around just yet, but hopefully as the morning progresses, they'll all be out and about.
Good morning. It's a gloriously chilly and misty morning here on the western fringes of the Great Kruger National Park, where a herd of impalas is grazing peacefully across this little clearing. My name is James Hendry, and on camera today we have got the magnificently bicepped BK Bokomoso. There is his thumb. And there's also a herd of elephants just up there, so we're hopefully going to go and have a look at that. Please do talk to us. Remember to use the hashtag WildEarth or the hashtag CGTNWild on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know what you think of the sightings we're going to bring you today, and have any questions or comments that you might have. I think the temperature's probably sitting at around 14 or 15 degrees Celsius. And like I say, a thick mist blew in this morning, and there are little patters of rain every so often. I don't think there's going to be much moisture, but there is some rain. And this herd of impala now at peace because they've made it through the night. They've got a nice clearing to stand in. I suppose it's a bit chilly for them, but they've also got some nice grass to eat. And they're listening to the odd fork-tailed drongo above them going tick 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 tick.
Well, lions will also hunt like the impala you saw there with James, but currently the lions are enjoying a feast hunting only the wildebeest, because we got wildebeest in the thousands. Now, the migration goes round all the year between a country called Kenya and Tanzania. I'm sure you all know, in a national park called Serengeti in Tanzania and the Masai Mara in Kenya. But I would say 95% of those animals are here in Kenya currently. Now, those vultures there, the two species of vultures that you're seeing on your screen, the one on the right is called the Rupert's Griffon vulture, and the other two on the left are the white-backed African vultures. Now, they're waiting for the others to finish eating, because when you go on eating of these scavengers, there's a kind of pecking order. So it will always be the big ones or the strong ones that will eat first, then the other ones will follow. So that was just creeping in. They just quietly hear how they're eating, all the noise they're making as they fight for that wildebeest. I have always thought vultures, when they eat, they do not have a very good table manners. So when you see them jumping and flying out like that, opening their wings. They're trying to intimidate the others, showing how big I am. Give me way, get out of here. It's my time now to eat. Michael, you'd like to know how much vulture weigh. Most vultures are heavy and they're always between 5 to 10 kilograms. And we have noticed, Michael, the females weigh a little bit heavier than the males. Now, you see the one landing there, Michael? Of all the vultures that we have in East Africa, we got 7 true vultures. That one there is the largest, Michael, and it is the heaviest. And apparently, of the 7 species, this is the toughest. I mean, they're strong. They got very sharp beaks, and you will notice sometimes when they land on a setting like this, they get respect from everybody. And it is called the Nubian or the lappet-faced vulture. Now, I talked about it's time for the migration currently in the Masai Mara. We got loads of them around us. We'll be seeing them later. Let's have more information about the same.
The southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the western corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger. So too are the lions of the Mara, who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall, but for the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Hello everyone, look what I found on the road. I can't go anywhere.
Good morning, good people. Once again, it's me, Isaac, and on camera I have Big James, and we are on a mission to try and find some more wildebeest for you guys, go towards the crossing, and maybe go and find a crossing for you guys. Here I have marabou stock and a yellow-bill stock. These are 2 of our large stocks. Of course, the saddle-beast stock, who is not here, is amongst them, but the one with the really yellow beak is the yellow-bill stock. The 2 that are close to each other looks like they're not very fully fledged, so they are sub-adults, so they're still youngsters. These are waders, so they will walk in deep water. That's why they have those long legs, and the long beak is for probing, feeding on fish, frogs, and even toads, small insects. Duck, you ask if they eat meat. Of course, but lots of it is white meat because it's frog, it's fish. Of course, they do eat other small things. If they come across small chicks, if they come across eggs, they'll eat. Yeah, they do eat. They eat meat only. Yeah, just to show you a little bit what's happening around us. Here we have a few zebra. Remember, this is the Bachel's zebra, or the common zebra. Very common along East Africa, the Serengeti and Mara. Back there we have the topi. These are part of the migrators. They amount to around 500,000 during this time of the year, and they are very scattered. Once they arrive here, they do scatter a lot. They usually come ahead of everybody else. So these few must have been left behind, which is very common. At the moment, just to give you an idea of where the migration is, majority of the animals are here. The head is headed towards the Olololo gate. If you have a map of the Mara triangle, look along the Olololo Isiria escarpment, you will see Olololo gate. Before that, there is a small forested area. That's where most of the wildebeest are, and they're headed towards, I think in the next few days, towards Kichwa Airstrip, Little Governor's area. Yeah, that basically is the update. Behind there, I don't know if you did see them, you see a line of wildebeest. Do you see it? Back there. Yeah, all of them are moving towards the left, and I think they're going towards the river. So I'm hoping to catch a crossing either today or tomorrow, or maybe David might catch it for you. Yeah, well, let me move a little bit more. I'll catch you down the road.
Back in South Africa, we've got a herd of elephants here. They are enjoying a little tuft of red bush willow. That's what they're eating. Looks like two young bulls together. And in fact, there's a whole big herd of elephants around us. And there's a young bull looking at us from about 3 meters. Let's quickly swing round and have a look at him, BK. I know I'll roll back slightly for you. This little guy's come up to say hello to us. Let's move slightly back so you don't have to deal with the antenna. There we are. Now he's approached us from a long way off. He's slowly come closer and closer. That's because he's a young bull and he's curious. You can watch him in great detail now as he feeds. He's eating a slightly different kind of plant. But I think he's actually not eating at all. I think he's much more interested in what we want. See him breaking something off with his foot there, holding it with his trunk. Little piece of root. I must say, it doesn't look very delicious to me, but he seems to quite appreciate it. Or not so much. He's just spat it out. So he'll be a twig that size, he'll probably eat the whole thing. He might spit a bit of it out. It's mainly the bark that he's going to use nutritionally, but he'll probably spit out, at least swallow the rest of that. He spat out the thorny bits at the end. Can't see exactly what it is that he's eating, or exactly what species it is, but he dug it out of the ground. Now he's got a bit of it wedged between his trunk and his tusk. Now let's see what he wants to do. Just wanted to tell us that he was very big and strong and that he wasn't afraid of us, and then he was slightly afraid of us, and so he left. There are the others. There are his friends. They are unconcerned, not nearly as bored. Watching the guy who walked past us. He seems to actually have decided that he is still interested in us. Let's have another look at him, BK. He's hiding himself behind a few scraggly sticks. Now all around us, the rest of the herd is feeding. The adult cows, the youngsters, they have been totally unconcerned by us, but this young bull is much more interested in our presence. And these two are very interested in the little thicket of red bush willow that they've found for breakfast. Hello, Umesh. I would say that the elephants we're looking at now are between the ages of sort of 15 and 20, not near 20, let's say 15. And I'd say that the guy who approached us from the side, somewhere around 12 to 13. Now, you'd have to give or take probably 3 years on either side. It's difficult to tell an elephant's age. But with the young bulls, you can tell up until they're around about 20, and then it becomes a little bit more difficult. Ooh, hello. How are you?
So warm welcome to all our viewers. We're just currently looking at a big kudu bull that was picking up some leaves. Probably from last night there was a bit of wind, so some of the leaves fell onto the ground, and he's actually gone and starting to pick up some of the leaves. So I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala. I'm going to be your ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. So we were driving down the river, and as we came down, we found this beautiful Natal mahogany. So this is the one where a few weeks ago we found that young male leopard up in the tree with that carcass for quite a few days. And this kudu was feeding underneath, and now you can see the direction that he's moving with his head quite close to the ground. Now kudus don't eat grass at all, so all the leaves that have been probably blown off during the evening is now scattered across this area, and that's what he's picking up as he's moving. Probably going to head off into a bit of a denser area. But you'll just notice the weather this morning is nice and cool. There's a bit of a drizzle that we are experiencing, and you can see right here in front of us, that is the base of a marula tree. So you can see the elephants have really damaged that bark quite a bit, and you can see how the tree is healed, and you can just see the bumps around it. But for now, with that kudu slowly starting to move off, we'll probably carry on with our search and see if we can find some leopard this morning.
We've just had a very strange thing happen here. These elephants have just kind of quickly started running off through the bush there. Now, that can be for any number of reasons. See how they've suddenly stopped, and they're listening and they're looking? Could be the presence of a predator. Could be the presence of a big musk bull. There are two stragglers who are just going to join the rest of the herd. I can hear them talking to each other. Now the wind is blowing from behind them, and I wonder if they didn't smell a predator, or perhaps a big bull elephant. But they're still not moving, and I don't want to move any closer while we wait and see whether they start feeding again or continue to move away. Now they're starting to feed again. There we go, they seem to have calmed down. Let's move in there, just have a look-see. Now, elephants will react like this to all sorts of animals. To lions, wild dogs, leopards even. which is strange because they're obviously in no danger from those animals. Emma, the thorns don't hurt the elephants because they've got very, very thick skin. And in some parts of their bodies, the skin is that thick. So that's why. Now I'm going to ask a question of you, and you can send through your answers to hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth. And my question to you is, how much food is a big bull elephant capable of eating in a day? And the answer is astounding. Please don't Google it, just have a guess. How much does a big bull elephant eat in one day? Hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth. We're just going to stop here. I don't want to get too close if they're a bit nervous. You can see they've started feeding again. They're no longer running. They're no longer stopping and just listening. And there's actually, I know that there are a lot of sticks in the way, BK, but the cow just in front of us has got a recurved tusk. Can you see that? One tusk is straight and the other one kind of curls down around the back of her mouth. So she's very easily recognizable. That is a really astonishingly directioned tusk. Huh. Now that's just like having skew teeth. Some people are born with teeth that don't grow very straight. I was one of them. But where I had orthodontics, this poor elephant did not. I don't think it probably affects her life at all, though. So we'll sit with these elephants a little bit longer and see if we can find what it was that made them so upset.
Welcome back, guys. I am at the river, the beautiful Mara River, and I have 2 Egyptian geese and some hippos. This is where we've been seeing the crossing. It's called Kaburu's Crossing. There is some wildebeest a long ways out in the open plains, and I'm here to wait for them. Note that we've been very lucky. Every time we waited long enough, thank you for your patience, we've been lucky. So I'm staying here because sometimes position can be scarce. Some people, everybody wants to see. So I'm here waiting to see if they're gonna come until the end of the show. This is the crossing that is nearest to camp. So we've been very lucky. It's about maybe 25 miles. Yeah, I started quite early. And this is the beautiful Mara River that cuts through the Mara and ends up in Lake Victoria. Starts in a place called the Mau. And it is a big swamp. Stretches about 150 kilometers to where I am, and then extends all the way to Lake Victoria. This has been a crossing that I have witnessed many crossings over the years. Some of them very successful, everybody making it across, and some of them many dying, especially when we've had rains and the water is high. You can see how high the water can come all the way up there. It means most of the animals are swept downstream. Remember, it is infested with crocodiles, the moonstar of, or the lords of the African waters. They can be as long as around 21 feet and can weigh up to a ton. And you might not see them now, but I tell you, they are lurking somewhere. Linma, you asked about crocodiles. I don't know if they're late crocodiles. I didn't get it very well, but if it's that, I don't know what you mean by late, but They are feeding very well this time of the year. No, there has never been less crocodiles. There is one, and that is a big one. You can tell by the size of the scales or the armor on its back and the knobs on top of its head. That's how sometimes I tell, how big they are. I can never say there is less crocodiles. It's only that we haven't seen them feeding. But I am sure I or David, because we'll be here for the next 1 month, bringing you these live broadcasts, we'll be able to share with you, as many as we can. But for sure, they are not less. It's only that we don't see them, and they prefer to be underwater most of the time, so you don't see them. If you saw the first crossing, you would have noticed there was about 10 of them that were parked on the left. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, we have enough crocodiles. They can never be less. So I'm staying here, I'm waiting. I don't know how long they're gonna take to come, and hopefully as the crocodile parks to wait, I am parking here to wait. Hopefully they will come sooner than later.
Well, some of these wildebeest you see here, at one point, maybe today or tomorrow or next week, they may end up where Isaac is by the river. In general, the movement of these animals, to me, I have always noticed they go clockwise. So where they are, they'll be going towards the right, and there's a hill, which Bungei, who is on camera today, going to show you. And as soon as they hit that hill there, they'll definitely not climb the hill. Normally they don't go that high because that's the other side of the reserve. And what they will do, they will turn slowly towards the right and head towards the Mara River. Look at that beautiful scenery there. If you'd come here a few weeks ago, the grass here was very high. But with the arrival of these hundreds or thousands of the wildebeest you see, they just mow it down. Community Club, you'd like to know how much the migration lasts. I'll tell you, the migration is non-stop. It goes all around the year between the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, and it only pauses in the month of February for about 2 to 3 weeks, and that's when the females are calving or when they're giving birth to their young ones. After that period, and once the calves are strong enough to start suckling and they can walk, the migration starts again. So it goes around all the year non-stop, apart from that time when they'll just pause and give birth and the youngsters are enough to walk, and let's go. So what you see there, that's what they will always do, walking in a single file. But funny, you see some are eating, some are moving, because among us, the thousands of the wildebeest, like you see there, we got small tribes, we got small groups in them. So a particular tribe or particular, let's say, class of them will agree it's time for us to move while the others stay back. And either way, they're always in touch. And we normally hear a lot of new. So the escarpment you see in the background there is called the Olololo escarpment, and it forms one boundary of the Masai Mara triangle. So I'll move on. Earlier I had promised you to look for some lions. You'll never know, they could be somewhere hiding.
Hello guys, and look what is happening. The first ones have arrived, and I think the game is on. It is amazing. Thank you for all your positive vibes. Remember, this is coming live and direct, courtesy of hashtag CGTN, hashtag Wild earth straight from the Masai Mara. Look at the herd. Unbelievable. Never thought this would happen this quickly. There we go. Okay. Sometimes I tend to think they sniff to see if previously, some of them crossed. It's yesterday. You see that they're smelling. It's like, did Joe and Isaac and David use this yesterday? Do you think, we've taken the wrong one? Okay, I don't know what's happening, but for sure, in this crossing, I have seen 99% success when they come. Who am I to say anything? This might be the first one that they go back, but I am still positive that it will happen anytime. Ian, thank you for your question. Well, that is a very interesting question because I have never seen them cross from where I am to the other side. They always use this crossing to come from the other side to this side. Thank you for that beautiful question. Okay, guys, pressure is mounting from behind. Remember, sometimes, when pressure, persists from behind, it pushes the first few in and then the crossing is on. Over here, there are not as many, so it is just a matter of one, taking a leap, and that is it. The good thing about this crossing is that, to start with, the water is very shallow, so they can walk, and then it gets deeper as they get in. So by the time they realize it is too late and everybody has to go, because already many of them would have been in water. Who am I to say anything? I'm giving you too much hope, but let's wait and see. Wow. Yeah, you never know that, they could cross this alley. You're very, very fortunate that we don't live very far to bring you this live, coverage from the beautiful Masai Mara. Willie Gal. Thank you. Did you say that my heart is racing? I'm getting used to this, but I must tell you, it has increased a little bit, I think, by 2 heartbeats. Okay, what is happening here? I don't know. Let's wait and see. It is actually racing now that they're going back, because I really want to have this done with. Then I can focus on something else. Well, I don't know if I can give it time. Will they cross in 10 minutes or in 5 minutes? Anybody? What do you think? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? They cross? I'm thinking in 10 minutes. Let's see. You can tell the will to cross is there. It's just a matter of a leader, coming out and going. There is no crocodile presence until they get deep in the water. There is that one. Is it a croc? Yes. Can you imagine being able to just, be there with a current, that's so heavy? You also have to be a good swimmer and also be very heavy to be able to be there. So that is a very big croc. I don't know if they see him. I doubt, because he's very still. Yeah, this is what happens. They arrive, they mill around, sometimes they lie down, sometimes they walk back, 100 meters, and you think it's over, nobody's going to cross, and then all of a sudden one turns around and it happens, and sometimes they turn around and go forever. So it's a matter. Rek, thank you for your question. Do they ever cross at night? I don't think anybody has ever documented that. I have never seen that. I still stand to be proven wrong, because they might, but also I think it's because nobody's allowed to be in the park. and follow or put a camera here, for like 24 hours throughout the migration to see if they crossed. I don't know. They've never been nobody has ever witnessed seeing them crossing at night. It's only very early in the morning and late evening. Look at their white beards. They stand out. White bearded gnu, they're called. You wonder sometimes what goes around their mind, why they really want to cross and why they're there. It's like I waited this the whole day yesterday, now I'm here, but do you think it's safe? No, let's wait a little bit. I think I saw a crocodile, so I'm not gonna go now. I'm gonna wait a little bit. You wonder what goes in their mind. Somebody might say, I lost my friend here 2 years ago. I'm not going until somebody goes. Remember, I said 10 minutes. I don't know, I think we're about 3 minutes now. Do we have a leader coming? I think in this crossing, this time of the year, this is the longest I've waited to see them come and go, because behind them there's some bushes and it's scary, or they don't want to go back because they think there might be something in the bushes. So they always come, and for sure it's almost 100% they go. And this is it's taking a little bit long. Okay, I'm here, and I'm sure my director will come to us as soon as they go, but please enjoy as we take you somewhere else. But I am here, and you will see it if it happens.
We are having the best time here. This whole herd of elephants has started coming closer and closer to us, just to investigate and say hello. And at one stage there were about 5 of them, no more than 3 meters away from us. Look at this little one trying to steal a bit of food from an older cousin or sibling. We're just having the most glorious time with them, and it so often happens that when you sit still like this, they invite you into their space. You can hear them tearing at the grass, picking out roots, flapping their ears. And some of you have answered the questions to my quiz about how much a big bull elephant can eat. Jetpack Boy has got the answer pretty much correct, with 300 kilograms of food a day. Yeah, a big elephant bull will eat about 300 kilograms in a day. That's unbelievable. And when you consider the population of the Kruger Park is probably about 15,000 elephants. And, 15,000 elephants eating that amount of food a day obviously makes a massive difference to the vegetation of the area. Does he? No, not half of their body weight. Remember, a big bull elephant weighs up to 6,000 kilograms. So, no, they're unable to eat 3 tons of food a day. That would be extraordinary. I imagine the entire Kruger area would be a desert if that was the case. But thank you for answering and for taking part. Having this wonderful interaction with them. And there's definitely some form of communication here. We don't really understand what it is, other than for them saying to us, yes, we are comfortable with you. Nobody's given us any kind of threatening sign. They haven't shaken a head at us. They haven't suggested we move away. So we're just sitting and enjoying as they've slowly surrounded us.
It's a gorgeous little brown hooded kingfisher. We're down in the Mawati. And our spidey senses are going a little bit crazy. Can you hear all that? Franklin's, Smuffle, and grey go-away birds are going a little bit crazy up on Twin Dams Road. So I feel maybe there is a cat around. But the bush gives gifts, so we're just going to keep an ear out for that, and then of course hope that perhaps Thandi or whoever walks into our sighting in the Mawati like she did the last time. Can you hear the grey go-away bird? Of course, when I point it out, it doesn't want to call anymore. But our kingfisher is still sitting very pretty. Now we see them often in the Mawati being the dry riverbed, and they like these riverine areas. That's where we most often see them. Beautiful little bird. Well, I'm going to follow up on these calls, pop out onto Twin Dams. Hopefully we'll find something.
Okay, welcome back. Same position, same situation. Most of them have moved back, but I can see a few that are coming back. Look at that. Remember, with the wildebeest, there's never a leader. Even a 4-month-old, if it decides, I lost my mom yesterday and I think I left my mom behind the other side, and decides to go across, everybody will follow. An old one, everybody will follow. So there's no leader. It's a matter of one deciding to go, and everybody goes. At the moment, it still looks promising, because if you sweep back, James, you will see there's a few. Okay, once you're done with that, you will see they're coming back. We don't need actually to zoom in. You can see they're coming back. So it's a matter of time. My 10 minutes are gone. Garthi, did you say the hippos delaying them? I don't think so. If they were afraid, they would be far out. And I think they have seen hippos many times when they come to drink. So hippos are not an issue. Here, the issue is what is lacking in the water. The issue is not what's lacking in the bush. You can tell everybody is looking at the water. So most of them are worried who is in the water, how many crocodiles are in the water. I would say if I was a wildebeest, I would have gone now, because it is cold. Most crocodiles need to warm up to be able to swim faster because they're cold-blooded. So right now they would swim slower, and right now most of them are sunbathing. They're not here. It could be farther away from here, so because I don't see many crocodiles. So this is the best time for the wildebeest to cross. Here are the hippos, and they're quite far out from where the wildebeest should be crossing. So they're not a hindrance, they are not a problem. The problem here is who is in this water. There is one. Same guy. He knows there's a potential meal coming soon, and he's just, I think his tail must be going very fast to keep balance so that nobody notices him. Or maybe there is a rock there. He's like wedged himself into the rock so that it doesn't get washed downstream. Yeah, the current is heavy, so definitely he's either holding the ground, he's swimming fast, or he's wedged in a rock. So this is the kind of thing that's stopping the wildebeest from crossing. What is lacking in the water. This is typical of a crossing during the migration time. Who is in the water? Who is gonna go fast? This is a place I don't want to leave. I hope, you sit back. If you have your coffee or tea or whatever you're doing, don't go very far because it can happen anytime.
Trying to predict a wildebeest migration crossing, even when they're sitting on the banks of the river, is nearly impossible. So if anyone can do it, I hope Isaac can. 10 minutes, let's hold him to that. Now, these elephants are having a lovely time digging out rootstock, and the one you're looking at there has just stolen an enormous big rootstock that was extracted with enormous effort by the two young bulls to her right-hand side. So that little chap on the right-hand side of your picture there spent about 5 minutes digging and prodding, and he got his tusks right into the ground, and then as soon as he managed to extract the rootstock, she came over, shoved him out the way, and is now in the process of eating it. He looks a bit sad about this. He didn't put up much of a fight, so maybe he decided he didn't like it very much. Or, it is possible even that she asked him to get it. We do think that they communicate a huge amount to elephants. Now, the other one is digging in the same sort of spot, so it's obviously a particularly favourable spot. I'm not sure what that bull thinks he's doing, swatting the cow in the face with his tail. Perhaps that's some kind of petulant response to being relieved of his hard-won breakfast. Now just look over here. The same thing is happening again, where they've heard something. Something has arrested their attention. It's definitely off to the left-hand side. Now they're moving. It's not us. It's got nothing to do with us. It's either a predator, like I say, or a big bull. Now they've gone silent, they're listening. They're more listening to each other, waiting for a command to move on. All we can hear is a robin. Well, yes, Nancy, could indeed be a bushveld gerbil or some other kind of tiny rodent. Now they're talking to each other. We'll just sit and see what's going on, and then maybe we'll head off and try and find whatever it was that made them so scared.
Okay. Same old story. Waiting game is the same. Yeah, they're still there. 5 meters to go, and till they touch the water. This is very normal during the migration time to see small herds crossing. Yeah, we have been fortunate to see them this way, but I cannot say it's been bad, because sometimes some people come and stay here for 1 week and they don't see anything. So appreciate seeing this. We will be sharing with you when the big herds also cross. I'm sure it's going to be in the next coming weeks. We have a lot of wildebeest in one area, and for sure they will exhaust the grass, and also they will want to drink, so they will be forced to come to the river quite soon. Yeah, that's a fully grown male leading there. Cranky pangolin. Interesting name. Yeah, I love it also. How long does it take for the environment to recover? Well, they don't do any damage to start with. They only make sure that the grass that would rot or become moribund is utilized properly. And the one important thing they do is while they're here, all their droppings they leave dry up with the sun and being spread by their hooves. So by the time they leave, the sun dries up the dung, makes it ready to be mixed with soil. So when the rain comes, it's just a matter of a week and we have very highly nutritious grass. It doesn't take long, but they actually don't do damage. They are actually important because without them, some areas will not be visited by smaller grazers that are not tall like them, like Thompson's gazelle, impala. They'll avoid areas with long grass because predators can stalk them and actually hunt them. So these guys play a very big role in making sure, utilizing the grass so that the younger or the smaller antelopes can come to certain areas. They play a very big role. Yeah, and also, while they're here, a lot of people benefit. You might think, they deplete the grass. Well, they do that, but also their droppings is utilized by the dung beetles. When they cross, the ones that die, the fish feed on them, the predators feed on the carcasses, the vultures utilize the rotten meat. So they're actually a very important part of the whole ecosystem, the wildebeest and the whole migration. Everywhere they go, usually it's after long rains and the grass is almost 4 feet high. Without them, nobody will visit those areas. So they move along those areas, eat the grass, make sure it's short, and for the other antelopes to come and graze on the short grass. It has been interesting morning because this is the longest I've waited in this crossing, I'm telling you, and I don't know what's going on in their heads, but I'm still positive. Sooner or later it's gonna happen. Remember, this is live from the beautiful Masai Mara in Kenya. Are we gonna go or not? It is not the hippos. It is not the hippos. I'm thinking it's just the memories of what happened maybe a year, last week in the water that's stopping them.
Good morning, everyone. It is fantastic having you with us. It is really good to see you all from a somewhat, let's say, nippy morning out here at Swala Kalahari. David doing what he does best, as always, on camera. Thank you very much, David. And my name's Dylan. The first bit of good news, actually there's two pieces. My finishing school classes went well last night, so there should be some improvements there. And secondly, and probably, well, actually more importantly, we still have 4 shell-duck ducklings. So this has just made my morning for the second time around. Yeah, because every morning when we get to now, I'm like, geez, is there going to be another one down? But so far we've been very lucky, and yeah, let's hope it continues that way. 4 is actually a good number for them, and it's actually below the average survival rate now for the species. You're looking at anything between a 60 and 70% survival rate. Oh, there's a good question. Nicola, who is age 10, has just asked, which animal is most likely to die in the cold? And why I really like that question is because there's actually different ways of looking at it. One of the things that we find in these, in fact, most environments that we're in, Nicola, is animals are so well adapted for whatever environment they are living in. So whether an animal is surviving or living in an area that's really hot, they'll be adapted, or really cold, they'll be adapted, or very rainy, or whatever it is. But what we find out here is if you start getting an animal that's compromised, in other words, it's been injured by something, it may be very old and its teeth are getting worn down, those kind of things, those are the animals that are most likely to battle when conditions become very, very difficult. So that could be extremely high temperatures, it could be a drought, it could be very little vegetation around for whatever reason, it could be extremely cold temperatures. So we've had a couple of examples of these ducklings that we've been looking at where we've actually found 2 of them lying next to the water, and when I'd found just the first one that had passed away, I actually thought maybe it was exposure, because we'd seen with 9 ducklings they weren't all getting under the mother properly for protection in that very cold weather. But then we found another one like that, and that weather was quite mild. So I don't think it's exposure. I think there's something else going on here. And then obviously the risk of predation. So, but Nicola, a very, very nice question there. Thank you. Oh man, it's a beautiful day. Please feel free to ask us any questions. Any new viewers out there, don't be shy to chat with us and see if we can get you some good answers.
Good morning, everyone. With us here, we have Craig right behind the camera, and as you can see, we just look at a single lioness, which is perfect start this morning. So we're hoping she's gonna start hunting. As you can see, she's been trying to chase some impala, but she hasn't got the luck. Yeah. Look at that. She's looking far behind us. She spotted some giraffe, Nice. Wow, look at that position she's on. She might get up anytime, start moving, trying to hunt, but at the moment she's just resting for a few seconds, and when she feels more relief, and she'll start again. I'm not sure how she break from the pride, but she's one of the youngest from the mountain pride. But yeah, look at it now. She's just lying flat. And she's not very hungry. She might have had something maybe yesterday or a day before. Look how good camouflage comparing the soil as well. Yeah, look, she's up again. She have to look and make sure she doesn't miss anything. Yeah, the weather is not very bad. Like we were worried about, we might get some rain, but looks like everything coming clear again.
Okay, welcome back, guys. It's going rather the wrong way, or it's happening badly. Maybe the water is too cold. They're heading out. So it's hard to predict what is happening right now. I'm still with them going across anytime. So don't panic, don't give up until they leave this area. It's when I'm gonna say they're not going to happen. Yeah, this crossing is one of the good ones. So they have left. You see, that's where they were. A very nice area. No rocky, nothing to hide, no trees. So when they get there, usually that's why they go fast. But now they've gone back there. a little bit up. I don't know what's going on in their minds. Sometimes I wish I could talk wildebeest or to read their minds. You can tell everybody's still very focused, in crossing, looking across. Like, if I go deep in the water, I'll just walk those rocks across there, and all will be over. It's like that's what's going on in their mind. Everybody wants to cross, and at the moment, I haven't been outside of the triangle, but thousands and thousands of wildebeest are on the triangle. So these guys want to come and join the rest. I'm sure David has shared with you this morning the big herds in the plains. This is why they want to come from the other side to this side and join the rest. When is that? I don't know. We've been here we have been here almost half an hour. Before that I was here earlier. So I'm gonna stay here. It is nice to learn more about the Mara and this river Mara that sustains the Mara Game Reserve throughout the year.
The Mara River is the artery that brings life to this abundant African ecosystem. Thousands of animals live in and by its waters, from docile herbivores to dangerous predators. Thirsty animals must visit the banks, while travelers must brave the unknown threats just below the muddy surface. Hundreds of bird species find food along the shores and below the surface of the waters. For much of the year, the residents of the Mara enjoy the bounty the river has to offer. While some are simply waiting for the few months when more than 1 million animals come in search of greener pastures. It is a temptation that overcomes even the most obvious of threats. This is feasting time for one of the world's greatest reptiles. But it's not only the crocodiles that take a toll on the herds. Panic, currents, and cascading rapids account for an astonishing amount of deaths each year. The Mara River is a paradox, providing both life and death.
Well, that is the importance of the Mara. Look what just happened. They come in, they've come back, and now again milling around, most of them heading back. This is the game they play. They arrive, confidently one walks in front like, I'm gonna show you how I do it. Then he gets there and thinks, oh, why should I go first? He turns around and everybody decides, okay, we're gonna wait for somebody else to volunteer. It's still very promising. I hope you're with me. I hope every now and then your heart rate increases like mine. Yeah, that's a good sign. The drinking, the sniffing, the getting the confidence to touch the water. Yeah, the touching of water is very important. It's promising. It's just a matter of a few now getting confident to touch the water. The pressure from behind increases, pushes them into the water, and then one gets deeper and thinks, oh, there is nothing, I'm just gonna go. So this is good news. It's promising. Let's wait and see. Don't get very tense. Marlene. Yes, you ask if the Mara River is the only way to cross. Yes. Okay, guys. I don't know if it's happening. And yeah, looks like we have it. We have it. It's happening. Yeah, like I told you, it's shallow and then it gets deeper. And by the time they realize they're too deep to turn back, it's happening. There we go. There we go, guys. Thank you for waiting. Once more, Mara, the Great Migration crossing. Amazing. Look at that. The crocodile is going. Oh dear, is it gonna get one? Oh, why do you want to get the first one? Oh, got it. Got the young one, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, guys. Wow, it's happening. Unbelievable. You're very lucky, you know. Thank you for waiting. Now there comes the difficult part. The crocodiles do take advantage of them, you know, struggling on those rocks. Those are the strugglers. Here comes a few from the back, racing. Yeah. Excellent. Wonderful. Yeah. Enjoy it, guys. Yeah. Some more coming. Wonderful. Look at this, guys. Well, your patience paid off. Thank you for waiting up here with me. Yeah, go wildebeest, go. Yeah, this is all, you know, it takes. Just want to go and everybody comes. Remember, this is coming live courtesy of hashtag CGTN, hashtag, you know, Wild Earth from the beautiful Masai Mara. Look at that. No casualties yet. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that crocodile took one. We never really took note, but we will be following up on that when all is done. That was quite a good number of them. Beautiful, look at that. Whoa, is there a crocodile there? Yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, are we gonna turn back? Yeah. Okay, go down. Didn't. Hey, swim, little guy. Well done. You made it. Magnificent. Beautiful. Go, go, go. Well done, he made it. Well, this is the problem with the rocks. Very slippery after getting wet. They sometimes, you know, break their legs, split their hooves. Yeah, that's a very bad section to cross. Yeah, so many of them are making it. I'm sure those ones stuck there, it's only a matter of giving one another space and all of them will come out. You see that? Yeah. If they go one at a time, they all go. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that. Yay! And there we have it. Another successful crossing. Now let's investigate and see if there is any casualties. Usually you see the crocodiles either swimming downstream with a body, or oh, there is a straggler. Look at that. It's a young guy, a yearling, from this year. You can't die, little guy. Please. Okay, recover. Yeah. Relax a little bit and then just maybe move out of there and find a spot. Who am I to say anything? I hope the crocodile doesn't spot him. Yeah, it's a very rocky area. Sherby, you ask if the crocodiles will eat the wildebeest in the water. Yes, they will. Yeah, usually they get hold of the wildebeest or whatever they're eating from different angles. Usually it's better where there are more than 2 or 3, so that one can anchor the other one, and then they do their red death roll and just rip it off into pieces. Yeah, they only do it in the water. Are you gonna go, little guy? Yeah, you see those ears dropped? It means, he's given up. He's very tired. He doesn't know what to do. But there we go. Okay, relax a little bit more, and then you will have it. You can tell today we didn't have that many crocodiles. They've been eating well and very much like any animal. Yeah, you can tell he's very tired. Once they have had their fill, they don't show up, that often in the migration. Also, it's very early. They are cold-blooded animals or, reptiles, so they will come out later. Yeah, he's very tired, you can tell. The swim wasn't easy, the tension, and also I think he had been struggling to get up there, but now he's learnt to do it slowly. There we go. There we go. He's done it. You cannot tell me that when he comes next time, he will just walk and cross. He will do what everybody did, stop, watch. That's the reason why they just don't come and go. Yeah, you can tell he's still not running because he is very tired. Okay, do we have any casualties, James? Do we have any casualties? Do you see any? Yeah, I think everybody survived. Well done, guys. Beautiful. You can clap for yourself for waiting that long. Yes, and I'm gonna be leaving this spot and try and find you something else to top up that, but I don't know.
Our elephants are still here, and isn't it just so triumphant watching those wildebeest climbing out of the river, having successfully made it across? And we spare a thought for the poor chap who got nailed by the crocodile, and revel in the triumph of the others. It's the most exuberant, wonderful, cheerful thing to witness when those wildebeest climb out the other side of the river. Our elephants are also very cheerful this morning. They do not feel the strains of Monday at all. They are just enjoying themselves with this seemingly almost exclusive choice of red bush willow roots for breakfast. I mean, they've been going at this now for around about an hour. And now we've got one big cow, one biggish cow, and 2 youngsters who are digging holes and trying to get bits of red bush willow root out. Yum, yum. I've tried it. It's disgusting. It's extremely bitter. It's not something that a human being would like to eat. It's not like a carrot or a radish or a parsnip. It's like an exceptionally bitter and very hard turnip, I suppose. Hello, Curtis. There are indeed some omnivores in Africa. You're now looking at one. There's one behind the camera as well. Other than the human beings, which now number about 1.2 billion in Africa, they're all omnivores, or mostly. The other omnivores include the primates, so things like chimpanzees and baboons. They will are all omnivores. Monkeys are omnivores. Some primates aren't, but most of them are omnivorous. And then there are some other mammals as well, like a civet. A civet will eat a lot of fruits and also is a predator, so it will catch small rodents and that sort of thing. Even a jackal species known as the side-striped jackal is known to be omnivorous. They will eat fruits from time to time. And you might even describe a strange creature like the duiker, common duiker, strange in so much as it seems to have fairly omnivorous tastes. It's predominantly a browser, but sometimes it will eat meat. It can sometimes scavenge, or it might eat bird nestlings, something like that. Many of the pig species are omnivorous, so bush pigs, which don't really occur here, except in exceptional circumstances, will definitely eat both meats and plants. So, yeah, there are lots of different omnivorous plants. Not plants, lots of different omnivorous animals. Really nice question, that. Thank you. Look at that big piece of root being pulled out.
Well, welcome to Pridelands Eco Training, where we've stumbled across a herd of buffalo that are desperately trying to keep out of the wind, as are we, because it has not been very pleasant weather in the last 24 hours. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Sebastian Rombi. And like I said, we are sitting in the heart of the Greater Kruger National Park, part of Baluli Game Reserve. Now, it's very exciting because this herd of buffalo have been moving around on Pridelands for the last couple of days. And normally at this time of the year, wherever the buffalo go, the lions will trail them too. And we have picked up on some lion tracks that were moving around last night, but I haven't been able to find them. But now that we've found their favorite food, this might be a good place to look, so we'll make sure that we check at the back of the herd. But there's an enormous buffalo bull. Look at him. And look how he just stops to look at us as well. He's got a huge set of horns on him, and he's still quite young. So he's not even as big as some of the other bulls in this herd. But paying attention on this very windy day. Now, Shobi, great question. What do you do when a buffalo runs straight towards you? I suppose get up a tree. That would be my option. No. So the most important thing is when you are in the bush, say if you're on foot, is that you mustn't run. Obviously, every situation is slightly different. I'm not a huge fan of buffalo, however. But if you're in the car, the chances of you being charged by one aggressively is very, very slim. But if we were in this situation and all of a sudden those lions burst out of the bushes and started chasing the buffalo, we'd actually just sit very still, and the buffalo would most likely run straight past the car. They don't want to run into us at all. But it's always good to be very careful. And you don't want to get too close to the animals when you are on foot. And that's why we do safaris in these vehicles, is that they've become quite relaxed with us. You can see them stopping and staring, which is quite typical of a buffalo to do anyways. They're just always angry about something. You can see that one is not very impressed with the birds that are flying around. Those are called oxpeckers. We'll hopefully get a better view of them. At some point, you might even just hear them calling. And that's actually a very important call to learn for anybody that's working in the bush and the African wild. That I don't know if you can hear it. The wind might be a bit loud, because they will give away big animals like the buffalo, like rhinos. Especially if you're on a bushwalk, you don't want to surprise them at close quarters. And there they go. But look, there's a buffalo coming right up to the vehicle. So you can see they've got their heads down and they're just grazing at the moment. Also a younger bull coming through. So the reason how I know that he's slightly younger is that I'm looking at his horns and I'm looking at his general size of his body. Now, a big buffalo can weigh over 800 kilograms. So that's an enormous animal. So if you look at the tips of his horns, you can see that they're still quite sharp. They're not too blunt. And the big helmet on the top of his head, which we call a boss, is not as well developed. It will probably get a bit bigger than that. Oi, careful, boy. He tripped on something. And he's just not filled out enough. We'll try and find a much older bull so I can show you the difference. But here's another fit youngster. And it's quite cool how they all have a specific role within this herd. So these boys are just on the flanks of the herd, and we might see, as this herd sort of finishes up, we should see some older bulls now coming through, because they sometimes lag behind. And here comes a cow. Hello, girl. So you can see how much smaller and how those horns are not as big as the boys are.
Sorry about that rather sudden change of things. We're still sitting here with our elephants. We are broadcasting live, of course, from the wilderness in high definition, which brings with it certain technological challenges. Most of this herd of elephants have moved slightly away from us, and we're just waiting for one more young bull to enjoy the fruits of his labours this morning. The mist continues to settle in. We continue to get rained on slightly. But that's quite nice, actually, after the very windy, hot days we've had leading up to this one. And you can hear, perhaps, the sound of a Cape turtle dove, which has now stopped calling, naturally. And the only other bird you can hear is the fork-tailed drongo and a laughing dove. Hello, Seapaw. Their tusks are really very, very strong as long as they are healthy and they don't have an infection. So I don't know about you or what your teeth are like, but you'll know that your teeth feel very solid in your mouth, but if they get an infection in the root, they can become quite brittle and actually sometimes they can fall out. Now, it's the same thing with an elephant's tusks. That particular tusk, you can see, has been used a lot to dig bark off trees and dig roots out of the ground, and they're very strong. They can do that. They can be used to break very thick sticks. They can be used to attack each other sometimes if they're having a big battle, and you can see that there's tremendous force exerted on them. But there's a big thick root that runs down the center of that tusk to around about where it emerges from the mouth. And if that root gets infected and there is an interruption to the blood flow in the tusk, then it can be quite brittle and it can fall out. So you'll sometimes see elephants with either no tusk at one side or where the tusk has been broken. But they are very strong, much stronger than, say, a tabletop or a piece of wood. This little chap is still enjoying his interaction with us while he samples the food.
Well, I've not been very lucky to get the lions I promised you, but I thought we look for something else. And what we got here are my favorite of all the animals we got in the African bush. And these are the African elephants. Now, the main reason why I stopped, apart from, watching this beautiful herd of elephants, is that very small, tiny baby in this herd. Look at her. It's time to have breakfast. Like we all know, elephants eat lots of food in a day, lots and lots of food. And they start eating, spending like 3/4 of the day feeding. Now, this youngster here, I have no idea whether she knows exactly what she's doing or she's just playing with the grass here. And maybe learning how to eat as she grows, because they are very intelligent animals, and she watches. We have seen once in a while elephants, especially the mothers, training the young ones what to eat, how to get it from the ground and also what to avoid. And they learn as they grow older. You see those other two youngsters there, one has bigger tusks than the other, and anything 2.5 years, the tusks will always pop out, and you can tell the other one is definitely, my guess is under a year, very young. Can't stick my tongue. Elephants crossing. I hope I got your question correct. We have seen elephants crossing the Mara River, not like the wildebeest, but if they choose to go for food, as we see on the other side of the river, we have always seen them cross at ease. But unlike the wildebeest, they do not look for, or they do not cross at those dangerous and difficult places. They look where the river is wide, the river is not very deep. They most likely go have a drink, sometimes have a swim, and then cross to the other side. They comfortably do that. What a nice herd of elephants. And I'm thinking the one in front of them all there could be the lead female. Look at her size. She's big, and I think she's the matriarch of this particular herd. They're all lined up for us, and they might cross the road. Not sure that's the mother of that youngster there. Oops. The baby almost tripped, and you can see how alert and sensitive that female is. So she's investigating us, that's my guess, and she's giving a clear sign, all good to go. Let's cross the road and move. I was just talking a few seconds ago on how all the questions that came through whether elephants cross the river, and here we got elephants crossing the road. Let's just have a look at them there. Think about, very good, this is a very beautiful herd of elephants. And think about, look carefully, we got wildebeest running towards the elephants and not knowing exactly for what reason. Let's see what happens, because elephants in general do not get along very well with the wildebeest. Just hear how quiet they are. They're very big animals, very heavy, and they're quiet the way it turns. And as they step on the ground, they're very soft. Look at the beauty of the Mara. Elephants, the wildebeest during the migration. Why did you turn around there? My guess is that a young bull and just being playful. Wow, it's very good fun to have the pandemonium and to have all the wildebeest stamping and running. I'll spend a few more minutes here and just watch what's going to happen here, because the elephants seem to be chasing the wildebeest, or the wildebeest have been scared. Let me just watch this.
So going from these incredibly huge denizens of the Mara, these beautiful elephants and these massive herds of wildebeest and things, to one of the smaller denizens of the Kalahari, these little meerkats. This particular group is one that we've been following with a lot of interest over the past couple of weeks, or the past just 3 months now, and with varying degrees of success. So the ones that we're looking at here are not the rock stars. These are not the ones with the pups. This group is known as the Gossas, G-O-S-A-S, the Gossa meerkats. And these are the ones that actually had pups. The group size was 6. Then the alpha female had pups. And then we had that honey badger incident. So those of you who weren't following us at the time, we actually got to the burrows the one morning, and there'd been absolute mayhem. Honey badger and a cub had moved into a burrow system about 100, not even, probably 80 yards away from where these meerkats were living. And we knew something was up. And then the next morning when we got there, the burrow had been dug up pretty extensively, and 2 of the sub-adults were gone, and all of the pups were missing. So that was almost certainly the work of a honey badger. And then they relocated down to not this burrow system, but one about 120, 130 yards away from here. So it's actually really nice to just catch up with these little guys. There were 4 last time I'd seen them, but I'm only seeing 3 now. There's those 2 there, and there's another one out to the left-hand side. So their fortunes really go up and down. I mean, you know, and there's so many environmental factors that come into play there. And I'm like excluding predators from the equation completely. I mean, that goes without saying that they're going to be on the menu for a lot of things. But in terms of drought, fire, disease, animals like this are prone to getting things like rabies. You know, and a disease like that can really wipe out an entire colony. Although we don't see that frequently, it's not common here. Yeah, and then, you know, if you get particularly dry years, the food resources can absolutely just tumble. And that would obviously have a huge bearing on the survival rate of any pups that are in the group, and sub-adults, and occasionally even older animals. So these little guys have really got their work cut out for them in terms of surviving. But that's one reason why they've got these very, very close-knit social units. It just aids hugely in vigilance, looking out for predators. But they are adorable, I mean, yes. So they would have got up probably 15 minutes ago, I'd say. 15 to 20 minutes ago at the most. Yeah, those of you who think it is sad, I 100% agree with you. I mean, I was pretty, believe it or not, I was pretty cut up about those, probably more so than the meerkats, pretty cut up about those shell ducklings. Yes, they were, I mean, I'd put so much effort into locating the nest and, you know, the adults, and David was probably the first cameraman ever. Just, I'm putting it out there, those of you who don't know. David, I'm willing to take a bet, is probably the first cameraman ever to actually record and, you know, film a shell duck female flying in and landing at a nest site and going underground into the burrow, because those ducks nest underground. And I've scoured the internet, I couldn't find any footage. Zonic has asked, do meerkats have different spots? Yeah, okay, that's a nice question. And okay, number one, they don't have spots. But why I like that question is we get asked quite frequently, how do you identify individual meerkats? So these little guys actually have stripes on their back, and it's a camouflage pattern. It's called disruptive camouflage. It breaks up their outline a little bit, makes it a little bit more difficult for a predator to see. But those stripes are even quite challenging to try or using to identify individual meerkats. But what we do use are scars, bent tails. We've had meerkats with broken wrists, you know, and that's probably being like grabbed by a jackal or a raptor or something and getting away. But so you get these little dings and scratches and cuts and scrapes, and normally that leaves some kind of indication that enables you to identify different animals. You could, if you were sitting super close by to a meerkat, you'd probably be able to use a spot pattern on the whiskers, like they do with lions. But again, I mean, you would normally not have to get down to that point. And we've spoken about this before, we touched on it briefly, is group size at Swallow is normally quite small. You're looking at about an average of 8 individuals as an average group size. Some smaller, you know, you get groups that are a bit larger than that. And then it's kind of easy to identify individuals then, because you're not dealing with the whole pile. But, you know, you do get groups of 30, 40 meerkats, and that becomes extremely challenging. The amazing research project going on up the road here at the Kurraman River Reserve, where they've been studying meerkats for, geez, probably, I don't know, 30 years now. They do like the best, absolute best research on meerkats. And they actually use an organic hair dye occasionally to identify individuals in big colonies. They make a little brown patch of hair dye on different parts of the body, and then they can actually identify individuals like that. So there's no harm to the animals.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, we're lucky we're still here with that lioness. She hasn't moved yet, but she's been lying flat, lifting her head up again, trying to check and see if there's anything around. I'm not sure if he's going to move, trying to find the rest of the pride. But I know that sometime when of the lionesses in this age, to separate from the pride for a little while, that's also good time for her to be able to hunt all by herself when she's ready for with breathing. When she has her own cubs, she'll be able to hunt. And it's like a kind of training what she does at the moment. So it doesn't really surprise me to see that. You see, she's lion can hunt almost every time. Only when they have a kill around them to rest for a little bit. As you know, or even when they're on a kill, they will be still trying to find, if anything come around them, they're trying to catch that. But yeah, after big meal, after 2-3 days, they'll be still trying to digest that camp. Look at the ears, flipping the ears, a little bit more flies on her. And she's in a very good position where she's chosen. And she's looking farther down. Well, it doesn't look like she's going to move anywhere. She will just stay here and wait and see what she's going to decide.
We're here at Chitwa Dam with a number of really nice birds, but the pied kingfisher that we had seen has flown away. Hopefully it'll come back. That is such a pleasure to watch, because when they hunt, they dive down into the water and then they hover above. So I'm going to keep an eye out to have a look for that guy. But we do have some hippos and there's some nyala as well. This hippo is taking it easy. Yes, take it very easy, hippo. And here we have some nyalas taking advantage of that really nice green growth that is on the edges of the dam at the moment. See that these are female, and the male is close by. He's actually just to the right there. Hello, Mr. Nyala. Very nice. It's really beautiful as much as it is cold out here today. There's lots of flowering knobthorns. Really, really pretty. And we have our fish eagle all the way on that side. Another glorious water bird that we get to see often here at Chitwa. I'm having just a tiny bit of trouble hearing what name that was. It was Zoe, was it? Phil.
How many kingfishers do we get?
How many kingfishers do we get here? We get the pygmy kingfisher, which is very, very pretty. The brown-hooded that we saw earlier. We got the giant kingfisher. We get the gray-headed as well. We get the malachite. Have I even seen a malachite here, actually? Yes, we have. Oh, well, there's a possibility of getting it, but I've seen a pygmy, which looks similar to me, but I haven't seen a malachite here. We get the pied kingfisher, and of course we get the woodland kingfisher that brings summer with it, and its iconic call. I think of them, the pied kingfisher is my favorite. I really wish I could find it for you. I'm scanning. Nope, it seems to have gone. Well, let's take a moment to look at how green the fringes of this dam is. Of course, the first area is to get the green as we get into spring. Are these areas where there's lots of moisture. And you can see that all the knob thorns around are already flowering, where some and then dry areas are not at all. Well, we're going to keep on moving on Chitwa. There is a possibility of wild dogs in Tortured. Maybe we'll be lucky to catch them on Juma's southern boundary. But for now, we'll keep on driving.
So the buffalo have been on the move. They've taken us on a bit of a run around because some of the big bulls are getting quite feisty with one another, and they keep bumping heads, and then the whole herd freaks out and stampedes away. So you can see them just running in front of us. I think it also is due to the fact that it's so windy and that they aren't able to hear as well as what they normally would. Off they go. And the place that they're heading to now will be much better because it's a little bit of a valley, so it'll be nice and sheltered down there. So hopefully they're going to settle down. You can see them looking back at us. So I have a quiz for all of you, so I hope that you're ready. So listen very carefully. It's going to be a true or false quiz. And my question to you is, African buffalo are known as the most dangerous animal of the big five. Is that true or is that false? So remember, when you do answer hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth and send those answers in, it would be great to see how many of you get it right and who of those get it wrong. But off they go. Oxpeckers, those birds are not doing too much feeding today. They're not eating very many of the parasites. I think they're just using them to stay nice and warm. Sierra, who's just 8 years old, buffalo are very powerful animals, and they can actually protect themselves quite easily from the lion, so it's difficult to see them now as they disappear. So we've been looking at those very, very big and sharp horns. Buffalo are powerful creatures, and what they will do is if the lions get too close, they'll swing their heads and try and lift the lions up and throw them into the air. Now, lions don't quite weigh as much as often the things that they eat, so like a buffalo. And so for a buffalo to throw a lion up into the air is quite easy. But because those animals are so heavy, they can also trample them. And just as lions like to kill buffalo, buffalo also kill a lot of lions, and they're known to stampede prides that are fast asleep and unaware. So if they catch wind of them, it's not a fun time for the lions either. But it is a high risk, high reward, which is typically the technique that will, things that lions will kind of go after, especially if the prides are really, really big. They need something that they can feed on for a couple of days rather than having to hunt every single day.
Hello guys, and I hope you're still there. Another sighting. A big, huge herd of wildebeest heading my way, and behind me is the river. Destination is a crossing. So this is another one in the making. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but definitely if you look way back, we can see small lines and long ones, all of them heading my way. This is an area called the main crossing, and this is old traditional crossing that many documentaries have been shot here of the crossings over the last almost 60 years since the migration started. You see how they migrate? That's how they move in single files, long ones. Sometimes they break the line, they form another one, they join another one. Yeah. Mandy, you asked me about what is the bathing season of the wildebeest. It is in February, March. I was in Ngorongoro, Serengeti this year to witness that, and there was hundreds of thousands young ones born within a period of 3 weeks. So mating takes place during the migration, and then they hold the baby until they arrive to southern, plains of the Serengeti. They give birth in Serengeti, a place in between Ngorongoro and Serengeti. That's where most of the births take place. Yeah, see them, all of them milling there. That's a group that was once solid, but you can see there's a few that are breaking out. Here is the leader. He looks old and experienced, taking steps of an elder, hoping to make another, crossing maybe for himself, to earn himself, more respect to the others. You can see he's moving like he's experienced. Remember, these are treacherous grasses because anything can be lurking in there. This is amazing, guys. Yeah, look at that, This is the ultimate experience during this time of the year that everyone wants to see. The crossing, the walking, the single files that stretch for miles. This is all everybody wants to see. This is coming live, live from the Masai Mara. If you want to talk to us, hashtag CGTN, hashtag Wild Earth is where to talk to us. I'm holding on to this ground, so don't go anywhere. Send positive vibes, and I'll be waiting to update you.
We've come to the den of a group of hyenas, the Juma clan, and here are the 3 youngsters. Now there's only one adult here, and that adult is off in the bushes to the left of where we're sitting. And the rest of them are obviously resting after a heavy night out. Now for those of you who haven't met this crew before, this is very special for me. I've never met that little one before. That belongs to Corky, erstwhile matriarch of this clan, and the other 2 belong to the current matriarch of the clan, and that is Ribbon. And that little thing is very small. They'll stay very close to the den most of the time. There might be another adult behind some bushes there that we can't see, which is perhaps why they are moving off in that direction and come scuttling back. I know this isn't the best view, but I think let's just sit tight where we are for now. And then we can go around and get a view from the other side. They are the most adorable little things when they're little. And as many of you will know, they continue to confound the stereotypes that we have of them as ruthless, affectionless, nasty, scavenging creatures. And they're very affectionate to each other a lot of the time. And they're enormously entertaining to watch. Now, we've been watching hyenas here at Juma for a very long time. We've learned the intimate dynamics of the clans in this area and also of the massive, massive clans up in the Masai Mara.
The spotted hyena is one of Africa's most versatile carnivores. They are able to make themselves at home in vastly different habitat types. The landscapes of the Western Kruger and Masai Mara have little in common, so the hyena of each area must take up shelter in very different spaces. In the rich black soils of the Mara, the clans den in secret burrows below the long grass. While safe from the predators, the burrows are not very waterproof, causing quite the muddy mess when the rains come. In the Western Kruger, termite mounds rise out of the sandy soil. Once occupied by aardvark or warthog, they are the perfect shelter for vulnerable hyena cubs, hard as concrete and dry for the most part. Hyena mothers will move their dens from time to time, often as a result of crowding or unwanted attention from other predators. Subordinate females will feed away from the den, bringing food to their cubs in the form of milk, while dominant mothers and their cubs will monopolize any takeaway meals they can get their paws on. These dens are unique havens of safety and hubs of social activity for one of Africa's most complicated carnivores.
So you can see what a fascinating creature they are, unfortunately painted in a very bad light by, I suppose, storybooks and films like The Lion King, but they're actually magnificent creatures. Remember to talk to us using the hashtag CGTNWild. You are on a live safari. We're sitting live right now at the Juma clan of hyenas den here on the western fringes of the Great Kruger National Park. We've got Corky's little baby, the tiny one, looks like a small rat at the moment, and then Ribbon, who is the matriarch of the clan, her two babies as well. They'll play around probably for the next, half an hour or so, and then they'll go and have a long rest down in the bowels of the termite mound, where they live. This is a termite mound. It was built by termites over the course of, big one like this, probably almost 100 years. That was funny. Bit of bullying going on there. That's fairly normal at a clan den site like this. It's normal among most mammals, actually. There's some form of bullying that goes on with the youngsters. Little one just popping its head out there.
Sure, the buffalo have really picked up the pace now and are marching into uncharted territory. I don't know if they've been feeding up in this area, but there is another big open plain, maybe a few hundred meters south from where they are right now. So perhaps that'll be a better feeding area for them. I think they're trying to source some nutritious grass. It doesn't seem to be much here, but it does change slightly. So now there's some answers coming through. Veronica, you've said false, and Matthew, you've said the answer to my question was true. So just to remind you, the question that I posed to you a little while ago was, are buffalo known to be the most dangerous animal of the big five? And it was a true or false question. So it's interesting. So we've got half a 50-50, and that's normally the case. However, for those of you that said false, so Veronica, you are correct. Sorry, Matthew. Better luck next time. It's in fact the well, not the hippopotamus. Hippopotamus is not even part of the big five. But out of all the animals in the big five, actually no, I've made a big mistake. I should have said in Africa. So sorry, Matthew. You're true. Out of the big five, it is the buffalo. But if I'd broadened that and said the whole of Africa, it would have been the hippopotamus that would have taken the pot there. But buffalo are notorious for being unpredictable. So you may have seen a little bit earlier on in the show, we had those buffalo with their heads up and looking at us as if they weren't very impressed. And they don't give much warning when they're going to charge. But in a breeding herd like this, they're actually fairly relaxed because there's quite a few of them. It's the buffalo bulls that leave the herd and form what we call bachelor herds. We call them Duggar boys. They can't keep up with the herds. Those boys are very unpredictable. And if you catch one of them on a day and they are by themselves, it might not be a great thing. But the hippopotamus, however, even though not included in the big five, is probably more dangerous than any one of them. But then, of course, you have to be careful of that little thing that buzzes around at night, the mosquito, because they kill a fair few people too.
How incredible is this? So after quite a quiet morning because of the little drizzle, we were rewarded with a big pride next to the road. Now, if you have a look, you'll see there's looks like two of the white lions, or two white lions within this pride. This is that Birmingham pride. And then off to the right here, you'll notice there's two young cubs currently suckling on the mum. Now, yesterday morning we tracked these lions for quite a bit, but we weren't able to find them because they were heading quite far in the westerly direction on the reserve. But earlier on this morning, oh, you know what, there's a jackal in the background. So from where these lions are, just up to the right, there's actually two different scavengers there. There's jackal and hyenas lying down the outskirts. So I'm going to try to see if we can get this little jackal in the frame, but you'll notice right there in the middle of the screen, just see it looking in this direction. So I wonder if these lions didn't make a kill. If you look at their bellies, you can see their bellies are quite big. So the chances are, as they were moving from the western part, a little bit more east and south, like in this particular direction towards us, like just to give you an idea, so where the lions are in comparison to us, that's more in the westerly direction, and where we are in easterly direction, so the opposite side of where they are. So they were moving in this direction, probably made a kill during the evening, and that's why these hyenas and the jackals are around. The kill might not be too far away from here, so we'll spend a bit of time with these lions, see if they, if some of them starts moving, or even if those youngsters starts moving, and then eventually from there on we can go and have a look and see if we can find possibly this kill. But Carol, I agree with you, it's one of my favorite prides as well, and it's just so relaxed. Like, if you listen to the background, there's not a lot happening. There's barely any birds calling. The only thing you can hear is some of these lions as they are breathing, and also hearing the wind moving through the branches and the leaves. But very, very relaxed. Now, notice this one, or these two that are just off to the left with the pride. You'll notice that there's a little tinge of red, especially around the neck and the cheek in between the legs. So definitely a sign that they've made a kill recently. They haven't even cleaned themselves.
The bullying has become slightly too much for the little one, and he or she is scuttled down into the den, and the other two mischievous youngsters are waiting around for further entertainment, either from each other or from their clanmate. The adults will have given up any form of play activity by now. And I can vaguely hear the movement of elephants in the bush away towards the left-hand side of your picture. So every so often they look down that way because they can hear them too. Here comes the little one again. Now he's curious. He's too curious to sleep just yet. And all of you agreeing with how cute they are. Interesting, I was chatting to BK while we were off air. BK's on camera. BK said to me that he actually didn't find the little black ones cute. He said he thought that they became very cute once they got spots, but that the little one looks like something out of a horror film. I think not going to make BK too many friends. I mean, I do disagree with him, but I see what he means. They are remarkable creatures, though, regardless of whether you think they're cute or not. Oh, one's bringing back a nice little snack. I think it's a piece of impala hoof. How delicious. Cam Hopper, I don't think they have separate little shelves in the mound now. I think they probably have to share. I'm not sure how richly furnished it is inside, whether they're able to have their own little sections. I suspect that they lie in a huddle, though. This is very cute. It's actually a bit of, oh, you know what it is? It's a bit of warthog jaw. That's a tusk. I think it's a is it? A little warthog tusk with some teeth on it. Yeah, there we are. Not much sharing going on there. This is wonderful. I mean, I don't actually believe there's anything to eat there. I think it's just purely for joy. Here, Samson, they'll eat anything that they can crush at this stage. Their jaws won't be big enough for them to be doing too much crushing just yet. But they can eat bones for sure. Bones are very nutritious for the most part. This is just wonderful. And I really don't think there's anything to do with feeding going on here. I think it's just somebody's now got a toy and the other one also wants part of it. And the little one ain't got a hope. Oops. I don't know what it is about the way they're running that is so funny. The ears flat back, the little tail out. It's interesting how as soon as these bigger ones move even slightly away from the den, the little one disappears back inside. There, he comes out to investigate. Yep, and as soon as they make a noise, the little one bolts for cover as well. Yeah, many of you saying that they're galloping like horses. I think it sounds like really heavy dogs to me, and I think it sounds like that because their legs are short, and so they really kind of shudder into the ground or thud into the ground as they run. And now we have nothing. I can hear them. Come. We've lost our piece of warthog, and so now we must try and find something else.
Well, we do not have any cubs that are playing here, but we got very thirsty animals, and I'm talking of some zebras. As you can see them, they're drinking, and we got some Egyptian geese or some ducks of some sort in the water there. Also, the ducks are definitely eating while the zebras and the wildebeest are having a drink. You can see how we have a very good, nice breeze, how it's blowing the surface of the water and forming some nice waves. Looking carefully, you'll see there are lots of birds there, and most of them are white. And these birds, we call them the cattle egrets. They are not there for a drink, they're there for a reason. Ideally, of course, sometimes they'll drink, but these animals, when they move any grass or any vegetation here, you'll tend to see them jumping on the insects they move. They'll also feed themselves for any insects or any invertebrates that might get in the water. You might wonder what species those were making those calls. Between the zebras and the wildebeest, definitely those were the zebras, and they'll do that when they communicate. And mainly the stallions are the ones that are always more vocal than the females. We'll move on. I'm still hoping to get some lions at one point.
Hello guys, welcome back, and once again another potential crossing in the brewing. If this one happens, it's going to be big. It's a good 10,000 of them. Yeah, James will be showing you the big numbers that we have here. Yeah, look at that. These are the numbers, and they are coming more and more. There's more and more coming from way back there. They're all heading to the river. So this one is going to be a big one. I don't know where it's going to happen. There's a few spots here, but every year it changes. Within this area, there's about 4 spots, and every year they use different one. Every year they create a new one. So I'm not sure which one they're going to use, but I'm here. Main reason is to see them cross. Hopefully they're going to do it, and if they do it, This is going to be big, guys. Yes, 2 zebras amongst thousands of wildebeest. This is one in a lifetime chance to see these many cross. So send those positive vibes. Don't go anywhere. This is live from the Masai Mara. Kath got my tongue. Has anyone ever tracked how many times they cross a day? It is hard to say that, but having been here, I'm able and I'm very confident to answer that. Depends on how many crossings we have. We have about maybe 10 crossings, and depends on where they are. I would say the most crossings that have ever happened have been less than maybe 10 in a day, amounting from 1 wildebeest to 500 wildebeest. I have seen 3 cross and they all made it. And I have seen about 500,000 cross. I've seen 400,000, you know, I've seen very different numbers. So it differs every year. Nobody really tracks it, but in a day you can get a good 7 to 10 crossings. Look at these guys, they're piling up and piling up and piling up. Yeah, to my left, they're closer and closer to the river. So I'm gonna reposition so I can give you a different angle. Chairmax, you say it is a spectacular sight to watch. I cannot agree with you anymore. It is spectacular. That is the right word. Yeah, it's amazing, guys. Yeah, I consider myself very lucky to see this every year. This year, I nearly missed it over the last 20 years. I've always been seeing it. I nearly missed it, and I was very sad. But now I'm very, very happy to be sharing this with you. Spectacular. I'm here. Don't go anywhere.
So that migration is spectacular on so many different levels. Somewhat less spectacular are these 3 meerkats over here, but in their own right they are gorgeous little animals and absolutely fascinating. I believe there are some viewer questions about meerkats. If you've got any, just feel free to ask us. Interestingly, this Laura, who's age 9, has asked, what do meerkats like to eat? Laura, they are actually predators, okay? So they will be going for other little animals, and what that can mean is they will go for things like insects. They will dig up worms. They love eating scorpions. We've got another little animal out here called some people call it a sun spider, or it's called a red Roman, or a solifuge. It's all the same thing. It's not actually a true spider. They love eating those as well. They've been recorded eating birds' eggs, lizards, all sorts of things. So they've got a very, very wide diet. And in this kind of environment, it really benefits them to have a wide range of things, because what we typically find in these semi-arid areas where we are here is we can never tell what our rainy season is going to be like. So one year we can have really good rains. The next year there can be almost no rain. And sometimes, even if we get good rains, the timing of the rain is so important. In other words, if you get rain that's too late in the season and you're almost going into winter, there's not going to be a lot of insects and plants around, even though you've had good rain. But what that means is, because we're so heavily reliant on these rainfall patterns, that these little outbreaks of various species, whether it's scorpions or armored ground crickets or whatever it is, you can have a really good season and you get lots of them, of one thing, and then the next season nothing, or very, very few of them. So these little meerkats have to be super generalist. In other words, they'll pretty much eat whatever they can catch within that sort of within like animals and insects and that kind of thing. But I've seen pups, and we call them pups, of meerkats, I've seen pups eating flowers. Where this little group is standing over here, once we get the first 20, 30 mils of rain, this is going to be transformed into an absolutely stunning carpet of yellow flowers called Tribulus zayeri and Tribulus terrestris. We've got two different kinds, also known as devil's thorns. Lion 8 Mum has just asked, what is the largest group of meerkats ever recorded? I will have to check up the exact number for you. Certainly on Swale we've had groups of 22 meerkats, and I know the research centre up the road here, the Kuruman River Reserve, they've recorded groups of over 40 meerkats. Now, you must just think what that means in terms of habitat quality, that in order for a group of 40 meerkats to survive, is quite something. I mean, that's a lot of food these little guys are going through every single day. One of these meerkats can weigh 5, 6, 7, 800 grams. The heavier ones on the 800 gram side, the lighter ones 400, 500 grams. But yeah, that's a lot of food. If you've got a group of 40 meerkats and they, averaging only 500 grams each, that's a lot of animal bulk that an environment has to sustain, particularly in light of the fact that their territory sizes aren't that big. You're looking at about 5-6 square kilometers, and if you've got 20 kilograms, let's say there's for a group of 40 meerkats and they're 500 grams each, if you've got 20 kilograms of meerkats walking around on 5 square kilometers, that is a huge amount of insect and other kind of protein that a group like that would be going through every day. So yeah, but so I don't have an exact answer in terms of the precise number of the largest group size recorded, but I know it's definitely over 40 meerkats. Interestingly, this group has come out a lot earlier than the rock stars, the group that we normally follow, and we'll follow up on them again in the next couple of days. But this group was out about 20 minutes before the rock stars even made an appearance this morning, which is interesting in certain ways.
We've still got a great deal of action going on here. These youngsters are not in the slightest bit tired for some reason. It could have something to do with the fact that the milk that they drink is so very rich in fat, and therefore they've got a lot of energy. They've now naturally, as you've come to see them, decided to go around the other side of the mound. But they have been running up and down, charging about, playing with the little one, playing with each other, biting sticks, biting wood. Here we go. Here they come again. They seem to have lost their little warthog tusk and jaw. It's amazing how it suddenly goes totally quiet. And then they come again. Just see them the other side there playing. I get the feeling things are calming down slightly. Isn't quite so much exuberance as there was before. You might just be able to hear the cracking of branches as the elephants slowly feed their way through the block to the right-hand side of your picture now. It's a different herd of elephants from the first lot we had. I get the impression that they're a little bit like toddlers, which have been playing a lot, and then their play starts to slow down as they get a bit tireder. That's a bit of elephant dung they've now decided would make a good toy. Imagine human kids were so easily satisfied. There you are, Johnny. There's a piece of elephant dung for you to play with. Oh, thank you, Mum. Make sure it lasts. Oh, I will. Don't forget to share it with Sarah. Hannes, how long does it take for them to be fully grown? It will take, for the females, I'd say at least 2 years. And the males probably about 2 years. I suspect the females, though, will keep getting bigger and heavier. Their shape tends to change as they get older. So let's say 2.5 years to full size, and then she'll probably get heavier and fill out a bit as the years pass and reach a maximum mass around about 8 years. But by 2.5, they're pretty much as tall as they're going to get. Oh, there we go. You see, it's all just become slightly too much. We'll sit here for a little bit longer and see if they go to sleep. And if they do, we'll move on.
We just tried to reposition the vehicle a little bit to see if we can possibly see the carcass, but we found these 2 other lions just lying a bit away from the rest of the pride. Now, it does look like one of the bigger females, and then the one on the right, if you notice the around the ear, you'll notice there's a bit of a mane, and then just behind the elbow. So this is that young male. So for some of our viewers that don't know too much about this particular male, he had quite a bad injury on his left back leg. And because of that, his condition went down quite a bit. But over the last few months, he's really recovered nicely from that. And you can even look at him now. Look at how big his belly is. He is lying down on that leg, but it has recovered quite a bit. And at least he is following the pride, and he's still with the pride. It's still strange. I mean, he's well over 4 years old now. And so normally at this time, he would have really been pushed out of the pride. But still, the pride is allowing him to be with them. And for him, it's a bonus, of course, because as they are making these kills, he'll be able to go and, of course, feed and be able to survive. But very, very relaxed. We'll spend a bit of time here, but I'm sure if they don't move any time soon or show any signs of that, we'll probably head back to the rest of the pride. But I'm glad, like I know with most of our viewers, it's so nice to be able to see him and still see that he's looking good. And that's the one thing about lions, is they are quite lazy animals sometimes, and they can sleep for quite a bit of the day. But have a look at this female. Do you notice the little bits of grass and the leaves on top of her back? Now, imagine early on she would have probably been lying down on her right side, and then eventually just turned around and now lying down on the left. And that's why you can see those little bits of grass and leaves. If she got up and she started moving, it'd probably just drop off. Sometimes if you need to age a lion, you could be looking at features around the face, the ears, but also use the scars. Now, if you look between her eyes, you'll notice that it looks like a fresh blood stain, or blood that's hardened already. So imagine earlier on we saw the other ones with big belly. So as they made a kill, there's no table manners. So they were probably fighting around that carcass, and one of the other ones, as they were trying to get into the carcass and tear away bits of the meat, could have just given her a little scratch on top of her head. And it doesn't take much for a lion. I mean, the claws are really, really sharp in order to inflict quite a bit of damage. But she just looks so relaxed.
Welcome back, everyone, again. We're still here with our lovely lioness. As you can see, she's just rolling over. She looks like she's showing a little bit of interest, so she might getting up, but not sure what she's gonna do. But as you can see, she's a little bit more active. So she just changed a little bit of the position where she was lying earlier on. As you can see, she's lying on a bag, but she's not very, very hungry. But she could be trying to find the rest of the pride. It must be one of the reasons why she's trying to move. Wow. Look how cool she is. Very good condition. She's been scanning all over the place around, trying to see if she can get anything interesting for her. There's quite a lot of bushes around next to her. American woman, that is normal for the young lioness like that. She's just a Sawarat. She's trying to teach herself to be able to hunt, and because she very soon she's going to start finding a mate. She'll be able to hunt for her own cubs. American woman. Look at where she walked. Wow. She's not too sure if she's really need to go too far, or she wants to just change the position and lie down. Strange. Looks like she's gonna sit down somewhere. Look how beautiful the color. And also the lucky, it doesn't have so much flies. Well, yeah, she looks like she's moving through the bushes. We'll slowly. Yeah, we're trying to follow her, see what she's gonna ending up.
I think these little meerkats are probably going to be moving off in the next 20 minutes or so. They haven't been doing much burrow maintenance, which is really interesting because typically as food resources start going down, they do less and less burrow maintenance. And the reason is simply they obviously need to be spending more time trying to find food than digging out holes. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword for them. It's a catch-22 there, because if they're not maintaining the burrows, these burrows are their lifeline in the face of predation. But what I think is going on here, I don't think there's a food bottleneck whatsoever. I think this is more a case of these burrows, that this particular system that they're in now is normally home to a number of South African ground squirrels. So these squirrels are not like the ones that we're seeing in Punda and Djuma, Pridelands, those areas. These ones stay on the ground the whole time, so they don't climb trees, and they actually burrow underground. So I think, every time when we come past it, we've seen a couple of squirrels of us. So I think these meerkats, the fact that they've just moved to these burrows, they're not too concerned about having to do too much maintenance because these burrows have already been well maintained. There's not normally any kind of aggressive interaction between meerkats and ground squirrels. This particular burrow system has actually got multiple entrances, so you'll normally find they'll move in, the squirrels will stay in a couple of holes, the meerkats will stay in a couple of the other holes, and there's no sort of not a huge amount of antagonism between them. They're also going for totally different food items. Your squirrels being primarily herbivores. I've actually got photographs of a squirrel eating a dead lizard, a very dried out dead lizard. So it's not that they don't eat any protein, but the normal thing is a diet of plants, grass roots, maintenance. So I don't think you need for doing burrow maintenance at this particular system. Here's that one just relaxing there. So I think it's not a case of there's a food shortage and they need to get moving and that, because otherwise they would have left already. One on the left's actually starting to forage. So James, that's a very, very interesting question that you've asked there, James. And the question is this: are there any cases where an individual has been forcibly removed from the group by the dominant animals? That would be highly unusual. What typically happens is you get individuals dispersing out of their own, it's just instinct. They start dispersing away from the groups. And in some ways, again, not dissimilar to lions, where your females will prefer, if they can, to stay within the group that they're born in, because it just gives them a higher chance of survival and actually moving up that hierarchy. But occasionally they will disperse in small groups, and their males will almost always disperse. I don't think it'll be very common at all for your male pups to stay in the group. But what is interesting is that females dispersing very, very, very rarely try and join another group, whereas that is typical of male behavior. So a male that will disperse will actually actively seek out another group of meerkats and try and gain entrance over there. And that's when your question comes in, because these dispersal animals, these males, they can try literally for days on end sometimes to try and join another group. And it's that case of like, they'll kind of try to determine the amount of aggression that they're getting shown from the group that they're trying to get into, and sometimes they'll eventually just give up if it's just not worth it. But if they can get into a group, that's hugely obviously beneficial in terms of reducing their chance of being eaten, but also giving them the opportunity to breed with females, to mate with any of the females in those new groups. But your females, your pups, typically will stay within their group that they're born in, in other words, their natal group. But if they do disperse, they'll normally disperse in small groups, 2, 3s, 4s, and actually start their own colony. And then dispersal males can actually join those ones. So yeah, so there's a couple of different little sneaky things going on there, but all very, very interesting. And in fact, this group should be 4. So we know there's another one. In fact, that's a little male. And just after we had the first loss of pups from the Rockstar groups, no, not the first one, when that adult was caught by that wildcat, that same day that they got back to the burrows, the male from this group actually arrived at that Rockstar group, and they were kind of like semi-tolerant of his presence around there. So he actually did try to disperse. Now I'm wondering where he's gone again. Maybe he's gone gallivanting, or maybe he's just popped down to the shops or something. I'm not sure. But it's so cool and so fascinating, and these are all survival strategies in these environments. I mean, you really don't want to be, however safe it may be, you don't want to be sitting in your same group and, you know, a bit of inbreeding going on there.
We just stopped here to watch what we'd call a single file of wildebeest on the move. And this is how they cover the thousands of miles or kilometers they do in one complete cycle before they stop. You could have either a lead male or a lead female that decides it's time to move, but you'll notice we got more wildebeest than zebras in every movement or in every file. And you can see how picturesque that is with all the bananas trees in the background. This is a classical habitat of one of the Masai Mara's most important area, the savannah. Some nice breeze blowing, you can tell from the grass. And I'm sure you can hear the wind. But now they tend to be moving against the wind, and the direction they're going to is towards the Mara River. So they keep, sometimes you'll notice the wildebeest may cross the river 2 times, sometimes out of confusion or sometimes out of their plan. But by the time they leave the Mara to go back to Serengeti in Tanzania. Some of them might have crossed the river 3 or 4 times, and apparently some don't even cross even once. Not many of them, or not most of them, make the journey, all-round journey. They face all the dangers, like Isaac was saying, the crocs in the river, all the predators we know along the way, lions, hyenas, wild dogs, leopards, cheetahs. It could be anything that could bring them down. Trainers, I would say wildebeest could comfortably do 40 to 60 kilometers an hour. They're not very fast, but they're very good in walking. They can walk like this for hours, for a very long distance and for a very long time. And I would say zebras are a lot faster than them, and if you look at them carefully, they do not got, or when you look at their legs, they're not very well designed as good runners. But when it comes just like jogging or just moving and walking, they got very good, or they're designed very well to cover long distances on their walks. Don't know what's happening there. We had 2 of them that were having a bit of fun. Then they had to stop. So most of the calves of the youngsters you're seeing in these huge herds, like what I have here, or what you saw with Isaac crossing the river, were born in the month of February, and you would think they're about 6 months old now. That's the age of most of them. And you will get the time when they're being born. We have seen sometimes hyenas waiting for them to bring them down, and cheetahs will always take advantage when they know the mothers are very vulnerable at that particular time. Beautiful, beautiful setting there, and we'll move on and find out what could be around the corner.
So I'd like to ask our viewers let's do a little quiz. Now, I would love to know from the viewers, especially now for us looking at these lion cubs. So you'll see just above the belly of this female here, you'll notice the 2 sets of ears that are sticking out. So those are the 2 cubs suckling at the moment. So I'd love to know from the viewers, what is the gestation period of a lion before these youngsters are born? So please send in those questions, and I'd love to hear from the viewers. This is just such an incredible scene. Even though these lions are lying down, there's just something amazing about them. So they are absolutely so majestic. And even this time of the year, they really blend in so well. Like earlier on, like in the January, February, in the rainy times of the year, or the rainy months, you'll find that the grass is a lot greener, the vegetation is a lot greener in general. So the lions don't really blend in that well. But now, this time of the year, the grass is just this very dull color with these different shades of yellow, little tinge of brown, and of course, a lot of light colors, especially the soil and the termite mounds. Very similar to the color of these lions. But look at this youngster here. Now, this one that we're looking at the moment, Evie, with the male lions, it all depends. When the youngsters are really small, so like the size of these cubs, often the males will tolerate them. But as they get older, the males, especially the more dominant males, so for example, the 2 dominant males of this pride is the ones that we often refer to as those Ross males. So when the cubs are young, they still tolerate them, so the cubs can actually jump on their mane, pull out their mane, and play with them, and they'll tolerate it to a certain extent. But once they get older, around about 4, let's say 6 or 7 months and onwards, those males tolerate them less and less as they get older from there. But you'll notice with these 2 that are suckling at the moment, you'll notice the one on the right of our screen is a little bit, the color is slightly more gray in comparison to the one off to the left. And you'll also notice that the spots on top of the head is also a little bit of a darker color. Now that's the young male. So often the males they tend to have more of a gray, darker color in comparison to the females. And especially with these youngsters, you can see the difference, especially if they had to get up and start moving. How I was able to tell that is early on, the one just stood up and and so I could see it was the young male. But they are so relaxed. Just left of them, there's another youngster, and the belly is so full that it's maneuvered itself onto its back with its leg up in the air just to push out that belly, so it's just a bit more comfortable.
Even elephants have really full bellies today. Well, almost every day. We were just talking about how much they eat. Constantly eating. You can hear them. You can also hear Franklin in the background. You'll also be able to hear a drongo that's trying to pick up all of the insects that the elephants are freeing as they move through the grass. You can see they're very relaxed, just enjoying their live safari this morning. Much like myself, and I hope that you guys are too. Look at that trunk. Butterfly, that's a cool question. You'd like to know which animals do elephants get along with? They, I must say, as calm and relaxed as they can be, and gentle giants that they are, they don't really like many other animals. It often depends on their mood. Sometimes they can get quite irritated by animals that pose no threat to them, like birds. You often see them chasing lapwings and things like that at the water's edge. They'll get irritated with rhinos if they come to drink with them. I've even seen them chase impalas. But they don't dislike those animals. It just depends on their mood. Now, when it comes to predators, they do not like predators. And that makes sense because they're young, their little calves can sometimes be taken by predators. Hello, youngster. Have you come to say hello? Hi. You are lovely. Birchall Starling is shouting at us too. Hi, girl. Hi, Taj. You'd like to know if the prehensile tips of these trunks are sensitive to food? They're almost just like your fingers. So you know that your fingers are very sensitive to touch. So are the prehensile tips. We often call them finger-like. So they'll be able... Look at that. Chase that starling. You'll often be able to see them touch. They'll touch along a bark until they feel the bark of a tree, until they feel there's a nice ridge for them to pull on. They'll feel the branches of a marula till they get to a nice fruit. And they also use those not just for food, but to touch each other. So they're very sensitive to touch, just like your fingers are. Sometimes they'll touch something, and then they'll put that trunk into their mouths. And in their mouths they have a special organ called a vomeronasal organ or a Jacobson organ. It's at the tops of their mouths, along their palates. And that lets them smell very, very detailed smells, so they can pick up lots and lots of information. Not just like how you and I would. We just say, "Oh, that tastes sweet or sour, or it smells a bit funky, or it smells really good and savory, or it smells really sweet. That organ allows them to smell even more detail. They can smell whether this is their family. They can smell whether there's a female that is in estrus. That means that she's receptive to mating. She's ready to mate. They can even smell whether the tree is going to be tasty or not with that organ. And everything works together. They have to use the trunk to put that smell into their mouths, where they can get all that extra detail. There's lots of birds that are eating insects around. There's Burchell starlings, there's drongos, there's even a lilac-breasted roller. And they're all benefiting from the movement of these elephants through the grass. Yeah, the roller's just landed on top of that apple leaf tree. Just a little further up. There we go. Trying to look out for any insects that the elephants kick up.
Welcome back, guys. I'm still waiting. Our guys have decided to go back and get a little bit of energizer, more grass, so that maybe they think they can cross. But literally they're very close to the river, not very far at all, only maybe 100 feet. That is the herd that earlier on was milling and having an idea to cross. They are still very close. There is still potential for them to cross, because that is the wheel. Definitely it's not for water when they come in these big numbers. Just to tell you a little bit about this antelope, before we tell you more about antelope, is that the wildebeests belong to the family of bovids, which includes antelope, cattle, sheep, and goats, and more even-toed horned ungulates. Yeah, so surprisingly, it is related to our domestic animals. And as I tell you that, maybe we can tell you more about other antelopes.
Across Africa, there are 72 species of antelope living in diverse habitats, from desert to rainforest. On the vast plains of East Africa, speed is crucial to escape being devoured by hungry predators, and they don't come much faster than the Thompson's gazelle. Meanwhile, during the Kalahari's scorching days and frosty nights, the gemsbok's ability to regulate its temperature can come in quite useful. But none are as sneaky as the common duiker, who in the dense thickets of the Kruger woodlands rely on camouflage and stealth. In the Masai Mara, the impalas are showboaters with impressive horns. While in the Kruger, the impala are smaller, but their density is far greater. The Mara's yearly highlight is the arrival of nearly 1.5 million wildebeest. The herds further south barely compete. But it's not all about numbers, as the intimacy of a wildebeest birth in the Kruger woodlands is sublime. Each environment has its own set of rules, and every antelope species has to rise to the challenge.
Well, it's such a diversity when you look at the antelopes in Africa. And right here in the Mara, we got, I would say personally, 3 antelopes I like following. And I'm talking of including the wildebeest that we have here by their sheer numbers. But the other smaller antelopes that could be maybe a little similar to the springboks you'd see in South Africa. I'm talking of Thomson gazelles and other little bigger ones that you call the grand gazelle. So these 3 tend to be my favorite. Thomson gazelles by sheer of their speed, and the grand gazelle, wondering if their numbers are fading and not as many as we used to see before. Nobody knows for what particular reason. We have seen many people come into Africa, or researchers looking at hyenas and lions and cheetahs and leopards, but we haven't seen anybody researching on antelopes. And personally, should I start a research, I would take a research project on either of those 3, either the wildebeest or the Thomson gazelles and the grand gazelle. Grand gazelle, find out why the numbers are going down, and maybe find out more of the strength within or amongst the wildebeest. Well, we'll just move on a little bit. I still have hopes of getting some lions at one point, and I need to do that now.
Really incredible sighting. And even notice that young white female off to the right. Look at how different her color is, especially in comparison to the other ones. And you'll see how she's resting her one paw on top of the other one's leg. Now her, or the young male that's slightly bigger, is just off to the right. So he is a bit concealed. So I don't know if we're going to see him as clearly as we can see these ones, but you'll just notice in the back there. There he's lying down. And even notice, like, I know there's a few branches in the way, but if you look at his ears and the shoulder, you'll see around the neck, there's quite a bit of mane. So it's only going to be in the next 4 or 5 years where he's going to have a fully developed mane. So still very young. But I'd like to know from our viewers what the answer was for the gestation period of the lions. Beverly, it is close to 100 days. You're right. So, well done on that. So, with some books, it varies anywhere from 100 to 110 days to 112, 114. So, around about that bracket is spot on. Just look at this young female getting up and slowly starting to move away. But you'll notice around, especially where the mom is, you'll notice just the around the teats where the youngsters have been suckling. There's another lioness that is moving closer towards the rest of the pride. So let's see how they're going to interact. Sometimes with lions, because they have such a strong social bond, they'll just rub their heads against one another, like we can see there. And just re-establishing that bond. And also you can imagine with lions, one of the ways to recognize one another is just by rubbing their scent on top of each other. You'll even notice, especially for some of the viewers that have cats at home, how the cats often with their owners, they'll go and rub their heads against the owner or against any furniture, and that's just to put that scent on. Now that's one of the ways that lions can identify one another within the pride, is because of that scent that they all have and they share. Look at the young cub has decided to go and lie down with the rest of them. And just imagine now, this is what I always love to just create that picture, is imagine that young cub, that young female that we are looking at this moment. Look at how small and delicate her feet are. Look at the spots across her belly, the little patch of white right in the middle, and how small her head is in comparison to the for example, the lions that are just in front of her and just behind her. Now, in another 3 or 4 years, she'll be probably bigger than her mother. And also, the one just in the back of where she is now. Maybe give it another 2 years and she'll be that size. For now, she doesn't have a lot to worry about. All she knows is, at least if mom leaves her, she knows she'll eventually come back and get a drink. And also, I mean, even though that young lion is so small, it's still capable of tearing and being able to eat meat. So even though it is getting some milk from mom, there's also a chance, if there's a carcass, that it'll be able to either lick up a bit of the blood or maybe tear little bits of meat off.
These meerkats are really making a whole journey out of leaving their burrows this morning. They've been inching away, burrow to burrow to burrow to burrow, but I think they're very, very close to going now. And again, they haven't been doing much burrow maintenance, and I think that is just due to the fact that the squirrels have probably been doing all the work. So these little meerkats have just capitalized on the hard work of others. When you get a group of meerkats this size, it's not all bad. Oh, now there's a nice question, Elizabeth. The question that Elizabeth has just posed is, do these burrows ever flood? And what I'm going to do to answer that, I'm going to answer it now, but I'll actually give you a demonstration maybe this afternoon or tomorrow. I'll actually bring out a jug of water, and I'll show you just how remarkable the water storage capacity is of the sand, and just how fast water drains away. So yes, we have had exceptionally heavy rain. The heaviest rainfall that I've experienced here in going on 16 years is over 200 millimeters in less than 8 hours. That was on the upper end, and it was a minimum of 200. We actually emptied rain gauges at 100 mils twice in one night. So we don't know what the actual figure was, but it was well over 200 mils. But that being said, the roads, within half an hour, 20 minutes after that rain is finished, you can drive on the roads no problem. So in terms of the burrows, and answering your question there, yes, these burrows can get flooded, but the water drains away exceptionally fast. So it would have to be a stunning volume of rainfall in order to make these burrows uninhabitable. And even then, you know, it would be a very, very, very temporary thing. So we've never had a... Yes, that's cute, standing together like... Geez, that's what I feel like in the morning sometimes. Yeah, so it would have to be... Hannes has asked, is there always a clear leader in a meerkat colony? Absolutely. And it becomes more and more noticeable the smaller the meerkat group is. In other words, on these little groups, you got a dominant male, dominant female, no questions. The larger the group size, there'll be more and more variation within that group in terms of hierarchies, dominance, that kind of thing, and that. So, but yeah, absolutely, you've always got clear leaders, and we've seen that very, very well with the Rockstar group, where the alpha female is the one that always, without any exception so far, is the one that decides which direction that group's going to go in. And interestingly, on that, she's also one that does the least of the sentry duties when the group's out foraging. She's normally first out in the morning, checks out for danger around the burrows, but when she moves off foraging, she's your dominant animals are the ones that do the least, actually sitting out what we call sentry duty. There's one starting to move off now. The other ones will follow. Shame, these guys have had a checkered career over the past 3 months. So, my word, they've suffered badger attacks. They've suffered animals trying to join the group, breakaways. So they've had a real roller coaster of a. But that's a meerkat. They are part of the ecology. You know, you kind of get attached to these things. I know it happens. It's a human trait. But yeah, it's one of those things that happen out here.
Welcome back, guys. I'm still here, just repositioned a little bit. Moved away from the river. Everybody is gathering up, but now it is total confusion here because the wildebeest are scattered. Some of them are moving closer to the river. Some of them are leaving the river. Some of them are grazing. It is total confusion. Yeah, not to mention, and don't forget that these are wildebeest. Yeah, so they have a mind of their own and they do whatever they want. Only for me, what I can do is just sit patiently. This animal is migrating this time of the year, and so yeah, this time of the year, you know, they are migrating. Butterfly, you asked me, you know, how far they travel. I don't know if you mean per day or the total migration. Yeah, per day, usually it differs. It can be 1 kilometer up to 20 kilometers. And the total journey from southern Serengeti to top of Mara is around 250 kilometers. So but either way, I've answered you. This is Topi, another of the migratory animal. During the migration, we have about plus minus 20,000 of them. This is just a small herd. It's also, you know, wanting to cross. It's much closer to me. Usually when they go, they are much smarter. They go in a line and swim with ease. Yeah, there's one that's very pregnant. Look at that one there. She's carrying a baby and actually looks like, you know, she's gonna give birth in the next coming days. You see her? The first one that just walked, that one with his head down. There's a little young one behind it, that one, the one in the middle. Yeah, she's very, very pregnant. This time of the year, they are giving birth all the way to October. I've seen some young ones. Yeah, both of those are carrying babies. And you can tell they don't have the belly button, so definitely they are females. That is one way of telling, you know, if they're females. When they're on their side, you look at the belly button. Yeah, they're grazing and slowly, you know, facing the river. In front of me, there is a small group of wildebeest. I don't know where they just came from. I couldn't see them. They were hidden by that long grass. I don't know what they are deciding. Look at that. I don't know where they just appeared from. They're like ghosts. I couldn't see them. There's long grass. I don't know if they're gonna come past me and go to a crossing that's past me. It is total confusion here because if you look all the way back there, the others that are heading away, there's these ones that are, you know, coming towards me. This is typical of wildebeest. This is typical of the crossings. You don't expect one direction movement. So, you know, this is typical. Yeah, I'm gonna change, you know, positions. Hopefully I can see you shortly.
So I really hope that they are able to see that crossing. But what we wanted to do now is, yesterday we had a bit of a chat about the tracks of animals and how to particularly find different animals and the shape of different tracks. Especially yesterday we focused a bit on leopard, but what we want to do is just focus on lion tracks this morning. Now, if you notice, look at these tracks. So what I want to do is look at these, and as well as there's that young female, the young cub. Now she's currently lying down with her one paw tucked in under her chin, and also you can see the pads quite clearly. Now what I want to do is I just want to point out something very interesting. Now look at the back part of that front pad. You'll notice there's those 3 lobes, and the front you'll notice a toe. So I'm going to come back to this little book that I have. So especially sometimes it can be a little bit confusing if those 2 youngsters are by themselves in an area, because then you could possibly think it is a leopard because of the size of it. Now, to give you an idea, so a leopard track is this one right over here. Now, I want to show you the differences in sizes as well. Now, look at the lion track. You'll notice also the 3 lobes and the 4 toes here, very similar to the leopard track here, but the difference is the size and how clear the tracks are. Now, a leopard is a very delicate, clear track. So whenever they step in the, let's say in a little patch of sand, the track is very clear, it's delicate, you can easily distinguish it, or I'm trying to find the right word for it. It's just a very clear track, where in the lion it's a little bit more rough around the edges. But of course the size is the major thing. So I'm just going to move to the back here to show you. So if we look at this ruler right over here, and I can use this pen as an example. So from the top down all the way to 9 centimeters, that will be a big male leopard, around about that size. However, a lion would almost be the size of this pen. So just to give you an idea, a female leopard could be all the way up to here. So just to give you an idea, a size of half a pen for a female leopard, maybe a quarter of the pen for a male leopard. But a lion, a big male lion, like that young male we saw this morning has big pads, would almost be the size of that pen. And this morning, so some of the trackers found those other lions because of the tracks that they had in the sand, and they were following those tracks. And even for us this morning, we had a bit of rain. Often if you are tracking lions and you can see there's a little fine layer of rain on the soil, and then on top of it, as soon as a lion moves, you can see there's a clear break in the soil, and that's how we can distinguish, okay, maybe it's fresh, or was it before the rain, or maybe like this morning after the rain. And then we were rewarded with something like these lions. So those are just some of the techniques we use in order to distinguish and find tracks, because sometimes you can drive and hopefully bump lions, but most of the time, almost 80% of the time, is you will have to track them. You have to follow them and try and understand where they're going and why they're heading in that direction.
We have got quite an interesting situation developing here. It's a collection of vultures that have landed on this tree in relatively quick succession. 2 hooded vultures and a white-backed vulture. Now, ordinarily that would make me think that there was something dead here, or being consumed, well, hopefully wild dead, by a predator. But if we look down towards the right-hand side there and beneath a tree, you'll see a whole herd of impala who do not look particularly distressed by life. And so you're kind of on them, yeah, just off, that's it, you got them there. And so I'm not sure entirely what is going on here. Ladybug Sarah, we in this particular part of the world get 5 types of vultures potentially: the hooded, the white-headed, the lappet-faced, the white-backed, and the cape. Now you've got a white-backed vulture in the middle there, and what you're looking at is a hooded. And the hooded, of course, is the most blighted of creatures out here, because its role in the ecosystem is to eat the dung of a lion. And as many of you will know, the dung or scat of a lion is quite possibly the most disgusting substance in all creation. Here are all the vultures that we get here. There they are. I'll show you in my book. So you've got the white-backed vulture up there, the Cape griffin down there, the Cape vulture. And then I'm sure Isaac and David have shown you that one, the rupels. We don't get that here. There's a rare record. I think there's one record of it found in South Africa, but very similar to the other griffin vultures. And then we get the hooded vulture here, the white-headed, and the lappet-faced. Those are all the vultures we get here. And then potentially in East Africa, up in the Mara, you could also get an Egyptian vulture. There was one seen there once. And that's about it, really, vulture-wise, for this part of the world. Just trying to think if in any, at Phinda, you'd see a palm nut vulture, which would be quite cool. So, everything except perhaps the lamachaya can be seen where we are broadcasting from now.
Look at this, some more birds. I like having a morning of birding. It's like a little box of chocolates. You want to try this one and try that one. And now we have some lovely blue wax bulls on the ground are foraging for little invertebrates. They have a really cute little sound. Cheep, 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 cheep. Typical sweet bird sound. But how about a little quiz on bird sounds? I would like you to tell me, what is the loudest bird in the world? You can use that hashtag CGTNWild or hashtag WildEarth. And you can tell me, what is the loudest bird in the world?
There are vultures south of Ghana.
In Africa, it isn't clear-cut, but I would think that in Africa, the Hadida ibis that we see around here is one of the loudest. But in the world, there has been some research done into which is the loudest bird. So please do use those hashtags and let me know what you think. Now these wax balls, not loud at all. Very sweet, high-pitched sound. There's a vehicle in the background that sounds like a dinosaur. I'm sure it is not, though. Even though I'm sure many dinosaur fossils are found in these areas because there's very, very ancient rock and sediment in these areas. Anyway, let me know your thoughts on the loudest bird. Remember, hashtag CGTNWild, hashtag WildEarth.
Welcome back again, guys. As you can see, we just found a lovely bird sitting up on top of the rock over there. Looks like a butchered eagle. As you can see, he's just sitting nicely there, chilling out. He's actually trying to see if why he's hanging around here. But I also realized that it's overcasting there. Most of the eagles doesn't like to fly that much. And also, if you look right next to it, it will be very difficult for you guys to see. It was a yellow-fronted gone. It just flown away. Yeah. I can hear the sound of the African hoopoe. Yeah, lovely bird. Look, the way it's looking direct to us, but it actually is looking below. Look at that yellow front. Most of the eagles, they do have that. You can easily get confused when you're looking at them without noticing. But also, it helps to look how big is that yellow front above the nose. Yeah, that bird will be more, you'll scavenge as well, but they can catch something smaller as well, like some rodents, as you can see sitting up there. If he's something like small, they will just fly and catch it. As you can see, checking all over around, just making sure. Yeah, he look like he's just sitting here. I don't see any active of movement. He will just sit here and wait and see what we can find.
Welcome back, guys. Another gathering, same wildebeest. They have moved in between about 3 crossings, and they have come back to one of the old traditional crossings. This time, I don't know if they're gonna go. It's just gonna take one to go down, just like I have been saying. Pressure like that is necessary. When it's created, then they are forced to move on. Those are more arriving. That is the behavior they portray, like they are really in a hurry. Oh, some topi, promising. Topis usually don't hesitate together with the zebra, and here you can see the topi. So hopefully it's gonna happen. Yeah, usually far out looks like they're just gonna go and take it as a walk in the park, but when they get to the water, sometimes they stop and start reasoning. They know it's dangerous, the waters are treacherous, they are crocodiles, so they stop. Yeah, topis are heading. I don't know if they're gonna be the leaders this time. I haven't seen topis cross for a long time, so I'm hoping I can see them or share them in the crossing with you. Remember, this is coming live from the Masai Mara engages on a CGTN, hashtag CGTN, hashtag Wild Earth. More questions. This is amazing. This is the Great Migration. Kellen, you ask if some of them stay or most of them go. I would say 99% of them go. It is necessary for them to do that because the females need the males to mate with them, and they give birth south of Serengeti, so mating takes place here, so they have to move. Only a handful of them remain, and they are evident to be seen in parts of northern Mara. Remember, I haven't told you, but we have a local migration called the Loiter migration that migrates from the Loiter plains to the Mara, only reaching the eastern side of the park, a place called Sekenani Nabosho area, or Kinyei, those areas. It comes to there. Sometimes they meet up with these guys, and some of them, you know, mix together, head back to the Serengeti, but there's always a handful of them that remain. So over here where I am, after the migration is done, which is end of September, beginning of October, there is zero wildebeest. The only evidence of wildebeest here are skulls, hooves and bones. That is the river, and that is always something to be wary of because there's always crocodiles. Yeah, so I'm staying here. Hopefully they will go. I'm sure if they do, we will come back to you.
Crocodiles, vultures, probably lions as well, all waiting. One of the things that is not waiting and probably doesn't give two hoots about whether that herd of wildebeest crosses or not is this rather special bird called a painted snipe. Many of you would have met it before, in this very pan actually, and they are not common. And to have one here, almost resident of late, is very special indeed. And if you, oh, that's a particularly unpleasant display he's just given us. Anyway, if you look at him very carefully, you'll notice the array of different colors he has. And most importantly, you'll notice that he has got a sort of very distinctive butt-shaking diagnostic behavior. So that butt shaking is very diagnostic of the painted snipe. Quite a few birds do it, but him, you know, he's really good at it. And what makes this interesting is that it's not related to true snipes. So it's not a true snipe, it's called a painted snipe, and it's in fact in a totally different family from the rest of the snipes. So a number of you who live probably up in, I imagine, Europe, would find a number of different snipe species there, or one or two certainly, and they are not related to this painted snipe, which lives in a family all on its own. And they're uncommon. And they're also nomadic, which means that they're not migratory, but it means that they'll just pitch up in an area, like this fellow has, and then disappear again. How on earth this little fellow manages to find a mate blows my mind, given that they're not sort of obviously resident in any particular area. I don't know, Fern, what the purpose of the bottom bobbing is. I'm not sure that there is a particular purpose to it. A few birds do it. It might just help them to strike fast when they are contemplating grabbing something out of the water. In this case, a little invertebrate of some description. So that, you know, that to be so limber, I suppose, on the fulcrum could really help. Very sweet. Now you've got them both in the screen there. The hammerkop is the other bird, and the painted snipe.
I've stopped here at my favorite tree in Djuma. To me, it feels like it's a tree out of a fairy tale. It is a torchwood, or greenthorn. Balanites mugami is the botanical name. You can see that its trunk is really twisted and fluted with lots of lichen growing all over it. Just gorgeous. All right, let's get some answers to that quiz. Indigo Girl, you say an eagle is the loudest bird in the world. Indigo Girl, no, it is not an eagle. This bird is smaller than an eagle. Toady, you say an ostrich. That's an original answer, I must say. No, it is not an ostrich. This bird is much smaller than an ostrich. Chris, you say a white bellbird. You are correct, Chris. It is a white bellbird. To be specific, it's the male white bellbird. And they are extremely loud. They hail from northern Brazil in the Amazon. And they screech at a whopping 125 decibels. There's something very, very special. To put that into perspective, human voice is about 60 decibels, and a rock concert is about 125 decibels. So that is a very, very large bird. A very loud bird, not large, it's quite small. It's a very cool looking bird as well. In this bird, this male will screech into the face of the female, letting her know that he is fit and a good mate. It's a really interesting an interesting way, let's just drive and chat, an interesting insight into sexual selection. That is when one sex of a species does something ridiculous, or it becomes ridiculous as they evolve, in order to impress the others. And there's a lot of things like that with birds. It's coloration, and with the bellbird, it's also how loud they are, because obviously the female, to the female, that is a positive thing. So he actually goes up to her and screeches into her face, which I'm sure is very nice for her. So some research has shown that their ribs are actually embedded in really thick muscle, and that must have to do with how they're able to produce that loud sound. Another interesting one for sexual selection in birds that's not obvious is lack of a penis. Because most birds don't have a penis. They have a cloaca, which is basically all for one tract. Everything happens through that tract. And that's a really interesting reason as to why that is. But we'll discuss that at another time, hopefully when we find a bird to talk about.
Welcome back again. Here we have a single Thompson's gazelle, and the rest are just wildebeest, and it's the same story. A slight change. The ones farther away are, pacing towards the river. Hopefully they'll go. The ones closer to me are still very undecided on exactly where to cross. Remember, this is typical of the wildebeest crossing, and for us, we just have to be patient. It's a waiting game. You can never force them. I've had people previously telling me, why can't we just corral them and push them, towards the river? I would say that would be very unnatural. Okay, look at that. This is a very unusual area for them to go down. Let me just go quiet, because maybe if I talk, they will come back. So let's wait and see. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen, guys. Let's just wait and see. It's been years since I saw them use this crossing. It's not one of the good ones. So let's just wait and see. Here it's a matter of pressure coming from behind, because there's no way for them to turn. So let's wait and see. Are they going further down? Yes, they are. Yes. We have more coming. Yes, we do have more coming. You can't see them, but I can see them coming. Yeah. This is typical of, this area. You just have to be patient. I salute all, guides who bring people to come and watch these wildebeest, because sometimes, people say that, why can't they cross? Why are they not crossing now? But this is nature. You cannot force nature. It happens when it happens. Like right now, I am starting to get excited, but it might be short-lived, so I don't know. Neva, did you say you can see a crocodile approaching? Where? Are we on the same book? I don't see any crocodile, sorry. Yeah, these are rocks. But I'm sure there are crocodiles lurking. Usually they are more prevalent when the wildebeest start going. Remember, there's these ones that I am, showing you here with Big James, and there is more towards where the top is headed. Yeah, if I see a crocodile, Neva, I will share it with you, but I don't know where you see. Okay, thank you, Neva, for sharing that you saw one. You see behind the vehicles a long way there. James, do you see that? There is a bunch of tawpy that are heading out now. That is not very good, because sometimes the wildebeest just follow the tawpy and the zebra, and usually change positions. Yeah, look at this. You know, it looked very promising about 2 minutes ago, but all of a sudden, it's back to what it was. It is a waiting game, and these are wild animals. I can never say exactly when they're gonna go. Sally, did you say how long can a crocodile last after eating one meal? Yeah, it has been estimated that they feed really well during the migration, and then until the next migration, which is almost an year, is when they eat well. So it's about a year they can go without eating. Mind you, during this time, they just gorge themselves with as much meat as possible, lasting them throughout the year. You know, crocodiles are reptiles that haven't evolved much in over 60 million years. They have a 4-chambered heart. They are able to control it in a way that they can reduce their heartbeats up to 1 heartbeat a minute. And by doing that, they can digest the meat really, really slowly, lasting them up to 1 year. I hope I answered your question. Look at the zebra. Looks like they're like, you know, we are going. We are not staying on this side of the river today. We are definitely going. But, you know, are they gonna go? Yeah. Look at that. It looks like there's a leader. Oh, already there's a few down the water. Yeah, this is the game here. We just wait, and hopefully they will go. I don't know if they're going for water or they want to cross, but definitely this many, they want to cross. Yeah, that is the Butcher's zebra, which is also a migratory animal. We do have more resident zebra than wildebeest, you know, after the migration. In numbers, it's actually the second largest in population, amounting to around 500,000. It's called the common zebra, the Butcher's zebra, or the plain zebra. It's the same one. Look at that. Is he gonna go? Kim Luck, you say maybe finally the zebra will go fast? I don't know. Maybe they will. Yes, maybe they might get started, but you can tell they're very skittish. I don't know if there is a crocodile down there, or maybe somebody had a bad experience last time they crossed, which every time they reach the water, they remember and they don't want to be the first ones to go. Yeah, once bitten, twice shy, so they say. So when they get there, they really have to be very careful. See, that one I think is just drunk and came back. Yeah, there's quite a good number of zebra. All of a sudden, I hadn't seen this many. Yeah. Well, you know, as always, it's a waiting game. Yeah, and I'm waiting here to see what's gonna happen. See that? They haven't drunk those ones. They have decided to go back. Yeah, some more coming. Are we gonna go? Do you see anything? No, is that a rock? No, I don't know. Are we gonna go? Yeah, I don't know. You can imagine what's going through their minds. Am I the one to go today? No, I'm not going to be the leader then. Yeah, wildebeest. Sassy Kathy, you ask if the wildebeest have good vision. Yes, most of the grazers. Yeah, both zebra and wildebeest have got very good eyesight. Living in the African plains, it is essential that you have very good eyesight, because it's one good way of detecting danger. Otherwise, if you don't have any, then your species will disappear out of these plains very quickly. So yes, they do have very good eyesight. Okay, is he gonna go that one? Yeah, more zebra, more zebra. I'm hoping they're gonna go, but looks like it's a very narrow path there. Sorry, I got excited a little bit. Some people farther away from me started clapping, which, you know, they're not supposed to. Yeah. Okay, let's wait and see. Maybe they will go. Yeah, I might end up changing the angle because I can't see them when they're in the water. Yeah. Remember, this is live, guys. Coming from the Masai Mara. Are they gonna go? It's tension now. Myself, Big James, everybody, we don't know if it's gonna happen or not. If they do go, all the herds we are seeing earlier will come and cross. So I'm looking forward to this, but still I'm not guaranteeing anything. Looks like it's very tight there. That's why they're not very. Sandra, you see there's so much anxiety. Yes, definitely there is. Yeah, there is a lot of it, and you can see it. It's very evident. I think it's very tight there, and that's why they're biting and trying to kick each other, because they want that space in case of anything they can flee or kick. That's why they try. You can see them wanting to bite or kick. Yeah, very unique animal, the butcher zebra, black and white stripes. Are we gonna go? Yep, that's a nice shot of their backsides. Everybody's having a drink. When they do that, it means they just want to have a drink and go back. And I think that's what's happening right here. The wildebeest are the ones that are wanting to cross, but the zebra looks like they just want to have a drink and go back. There's no much, tension like before. Everybody's like standing still now. Out in the plains, you see that. There's not much movement. As you can see, it's just a few moving. This is typical after a lot of tension and after a lot of interest. To look like they want to cross, they usually stop and stand in small groups. Then after a while, it's like the tension increases, and then they break away and want to cross again. So this is where I'm gonna be for the next until maybe the show ends. Hopefully they will cross and we can share another crossing with you guys.
Oh, that would just be awesome. It felt like it was going to happen, but that's how these things go. That is the beauty of being live. Now, this little one is trying desperately to push down that dead branch. Seems to have given up now. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Well done. This is great. I would have seen adults do this all the time. Adults are generally doing it to get to nice juicy bits of bark or some really nice moist roots. But this little one is just acting on what it's seen. That dried trunk really has nothing to offer it. It's a really nice big herd. Again, all very relaxed. And they were quite far away when we found them. And now they're moving closer. Aww, looks like they're taking a selfie. You can see lots of touching and communicating. That was absolutely adorable. These two were taking a selfie just now, had their heads against each other. How beautiful is the sound of them moving too? Ah, you want to come over and say hello? Hello, you two. Just playing with the branches. You can always tell when an elephant is playing, keeping itself busy, or whether it's actually trying to feed. Sometimes that can indicate that the elephant is very aware of you. We call that displacement feeding. It tries to distract you with the fact that it's feeding, but it's actually closely watching you. Youngsters are definitely not a problem. They have a lot of bravado, but they're not a threat. I love watching young ellies getting used to their trunk, what it can do, which ways it can twist. Sometimes they go after tiny little things on the tree, just getting used to those finger-like protrusions that we've been speaking about. Hi, I see you. Yeah, just break that stalk for fun. It's very strong. Absolutely enjoying this. There's so many, I'd say about 22 to 25 of them. And that's just how many I can see. It's always lovely to just sit with them because it's such a peaceful atmosphere when they're relaxed, at least. Oh, there's a beautiful big cow walking this way. Hello, Mama. You are spectacular. Oh, this is my favorite type of elephant sighting because we've been sitting here for about 10 minutes and they're quite far away and they've slowly moved towards us. So they know that we're here and they're making a decision to move closer. So they don't feel like we are a threat to them, that we're imposing on them. They know we're here and they've still decided that they'd like to come through. Hello, Special. I'm being descended upon by all these ellies. William, you say their personalities are so interesting. That's why I love them. It seems that we can have a conversation with them. Even though you're the only one talking, obviously. It seems that you can have a conversation with them. Even if they're upset with you, you can ask them, why are you upset with me? Oh, there was a really low rumble there. So careful. We're okay, we're your friends. Over this side too. Lots of them have orange trunks from all the cambium they've been eating. They're all around. Hey, big girl. And now they've made it to the other side of the road and everyone is happy. And they'll begin eating again. Hi, Ryden. You'd like to know if they ever perceive humans as a threat? Absolutely. Especially in areas where they've been poached, where they've had bad experiences with humans. Theo, there's a little one with its head in the ground. It might just be behind this marula. I don't want to move and give them a fright. They were so good to us. So Ryden, yeah, definitely. In areas where they've been poached, where they have bad experiences with people, even in these areas, if they've had a bad experience with a vehicle that has maybe separated a mum from a calf, they could definitely be a threat. See, the problem with an elephant is there's no turning back. Once it decides that you are a threat and it wants to charge you, there's such a small chance that you are going to survive that. Just because of sheer mass. So it's always good to be cautious. Any animal is potentially dangerous. So it's always important to be cautious. That's why I said that a sighting like this is my favorite, because we get to sit and they come to us and we know that they are comfortable with us. So I'm very happy with that. That was amazing to share with you.
Have a look at how this male giraffe is stripping the leaves off this tree. You'll notice there's quite a few thin branches, and then the giraffe will wrap its tongue around it and then slowly just pull it in to its mouth. And also look at how it's using that upper lip just to maneuver the branches into its mouth. And it does look like quite an oldish giraffe. Now from there on, if we move down, you'll notice there's quite a few scars on the neck, and as well as if you look at the horns, it's worn down quite a bit. So fairly old male, but always beautiful to see. And I try to look around to see if there's possibly any other animals around, because sometimes with giraffe, when they move, you might find other animals, but there's actually, talking about it, there's actually a warthog. So left of this, I'm going to try and see if we can get it. This warthog is in the distance, so there's a little guarri bush, and above it you might be able to see that warthog. Look at the size of those tusks. Very, very curled, those tusks. And also just look at the ears. What I often enjoy about a warthog is just the shape of the ears. See how almost looks like it has this triangular shape. And you'll notice the tusks also, normally with warthogs, they push out quite far sideways, but this one, very rounded tusks. So as we were talking, so sometimes with giraffes, because they have such a good vantage point, you'll find that some of the other animals like the warthogs, possibly zebra, wildebeest, could always be around it because of that safety in numbers. The more eyes, the more ears, the safer they feel. And I do agree with all our viewers that warthogs are such special animals. Now, I don't know if the viewers know how to tell the difference between the males and the female warthogs, especially from if we only had this angle to work with. But if you look at the eyes, you'll notice there's these two big warts on either side of the eyes. Now the males have 4 warts and the females only have 2. So see where the tusks are? So closer towards the tusk there, you'll normally find a second pair of warts. Now I can only see 2, so I'm sure that this is a female. Now bear that in mind. That's how you tell the difference. So I would like to know from the viewers, if you look at the Lion King, is Pumbaa a male or a female? So I just wanted to take that time, because that warthog is moving, so where we can't really see it, I just want to show some of the viewers that might not be able to see it from a distance. KBG, I agree with you. I don't think I remember watching The Lion King, and I think Pumbaa only had 2 warts, so basically then a female. But if you look over here, so this is, I'm going to try and keep the book still so everyone can see it. I'm trying not to move too much. But if you look here, the first set of warts is right here next to the eyes. The second set of warts is just behind the tusk that you can see there. Now this is a female with her youngsters there, so you can't really see that second pair of warts here. Only the first pair. And that's how you tell the difference, especially from the angle that we looked at a little bit earlier. But very interesting, and very well done for that answer. But incredible. So warthogs, and of course this beautiful giraffe here.
For buffaloes all over. Now we want first to carefully look at this female. I guess the female is looking at us, and look on her right ear and just see this little bird just trying to irritate her, and you can see she keeps flicking her ears because she's not very comfortable with her. Ideally, I would say she is in one way and the other not, because what that is an oxpecker. Difficult for me to tell what oxpecker it is. We've got 2 species of oxpeckers here in East Africa, the red-billed oxpecker and the yellow-billed oxpeckers, and they form some sort of symbiotic relationship, because what she is doing is trying to get any parasites or ticks out of her ear, because the ticks will always get to glue themselves on the very soft parts of the bodies, either by the ears or by the nose. And now she moves to the next ear, and what she's exactly doing is to remove any parasites, and more so ticks than anything else, occasionally mites. And she'll use her beak sometimes as a pair of scissors just to cut through the fur to reach to the ticks. Apparently, sometimes we have also seen these same oxpeckers, instead of removing the ticks, they also suck blood, especially the red-billed oxpeckers. They suck blood from these animals. It's such a huge herd, and you can see Maxwell, telling an age of a buffalo is not difficult, and especially more the males than the females. And Maxwell, you may have known that males have bigger horns than females. We call them the bows, and the heavier or the older they get, the horns become bigger, they become broader, and they become very rough. The very old bulls, like that one there, the very old bulls, will see sometimes the bows getting grayish and the tips of the horns almost touching. So that would give an idea of how old a buffalo is. In the village I come from, the very old bulls, we have seen them when they tend to dig the ground, just trying to make their bushes, their horns look big. They pick some soil, and the soils remain on their horns, and apparently you get small little plants growing on their horns once they get any little moisture on them. Very social animals, buffaloes. In general, very docile. They rarely attack, but this is one animal you do not want to play with. The only reason I say that is because many animals out in the African, bushes, we are able to read their body languages. But out of my own personal experience, buffaloes are very difficult to understand. One moment, they seem to be like all good, Hakuna Matata, but the next minute, or maybe the next 5 seconds, he will be with you. And we have seen them doing more harm, the males than the females. I'm looking at about 100, 150 odd buffalo. This is like the herd we got here. Now, because it's rather warm now, they have slowed down, and what they want to do, they'll wait until maybe it cools off for them to move or start feeding. Well, buffaloes, it was something nice to see, different from the wildebeest I've been seeing. I'll just move on and maybe try something else.
We're sitting here with the same herd of elephants that we started off with this morning. One of them with that very obviously recurved tusk. But they weren't very happy to see us this time around, and they moved off into some thick bush. So we've just come around to another position where we can view them from a bit of a distance. Still feeding, and I think the wind and sort of generally ominous atmosphere of the day has probably made them a little nervous. And so the herd of elephants is moving off towards the east. There is some water that way, and I think after a long day of, or long morning of eating very dry food, dry sticks and grass, and maybe the odd seed if they're lucky, they're going to need a good amount of water. And that goes for just about all of the herbivores in this area, where it is so dry, especially during the winter. They do need to drink fairly frequently, especially things that eat a lot of roughage. So buffalo and elephants need to drink a lot of water. Let's just listen to them moving quietly there. It's just amazing. There are probably about 25 elephants there. And they're moving so quietly. Some youngsters running in from behind, not wanting to be left behind. Lovely sounds. Beautiful. Now, please do remember to join us at the same time, same place tomorrow for CGTN's Digital Safari. It's been a huge pleasure having you here from the western fringes of the Kruger Park, northern Maputoland, and up in the Masai Mara. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.